Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when it comes to pitching, hitting, everything working together, like you said, we're playing our best baseball. I'm excited for this Big Ten tournament, especially going in, feeling confident as a group of guys. So definitely excited.
Take me through that Thursday night game. You guys get down early, but all of a sudden you realize once you guys are getting your first couple of bats, you guys are hitting the ball just fine as well. Was there any moment early when you're down by that, you're thinking, oh, what the heck is going on? Or were you guys pretty calm and casual about it?
I mean, Coach Bolt kind of sat us down. Fourth inning, I think, is when we started scoring runs. Right before we got the fire going, he basically called us over and said, hey, guys, we're good. Like, we've been here before, just got to continue to, put the chips in the middle and keep playing. And that's exactly what we did. And I think in that fourth inning, we scored 6 runs, if I'm not mistaken. And we were right back in it. It takes one inning, and we got back in it, and we played our brand of baseball. Pitching was great out of the bullpen. Timmerman struggled early on, but I mean, that's what we do. We pick up our guys, and we found a way to win, and that's all that matters.
You had a great weekend. You've really been just steadily right around close to 300, and that we've seen that average slowly but surely pick up where you're just below 300 right now, but you're driving in runs. You're doing the things that I know this team expected you to do. What have you seen at the plate where you've really gained a lot of confidence and where you, again, kind of like the team, maybe feel like you're putting your best foot forward, especially in the batter's box?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the word confidence. I think that's a big thing for me. Early on, I think, and honestly, the past couple of years, just putting too much pressure on myself to try to do too much and relying on myself rather than it's a team game. Like it's not just one guy; it's everyone in between, pitchers, hitters, everyone. So just being able to lean on coaches, teammates, and being able to be calm in the box is a big thing for me, and have confidence. Like we talk about, a guy with a good brain has a better chance at hitting than a guy with a bad brain. Doesn't matter on the swing itself. It's just confidence. So Coach Bolt has done a great job with, sitting me down and be like, hey, look, man, you're a great hitter. Same with Coach Sirianni talking to me. Bain's like, you're a great hitter. Focus up. Be calm in the box. Can't control what you can control. Just everything in between, and just keeping my mind right has been a big thing for me, and I think our whole team's built off that, especially the past few weeks when we've won these Big Ten series. So just got to continue doing that and in the Big Ten play, or in the Big Ten tournament.
We talked to Will Bolt earlier when you guys really saw as a team that team average go up. He talked a lot about the committed swings, and there are going to be times that maybe with those committed swings, there could be a pitch where you maybe look a little foolish, but for people out there that are curious about what that means, what that attack and that committed swing is, how do you describe that, especially how it applies to you?
Right, yeah, you can't be getting caught in between. Sure, you're going to sometimes look a little funny up there, missing a slider, but you're hunting that fastball. That's just baseball, and having that confidence, again, what we were talking about earlier, is a big thing. Being able to have confidence with your bat speed moving through the middle of the field, and if you're doing that, you've seen what we've done. We've been able to slug and score more runs than we have in the past. So it's been a big thing for us again, and something I'm happy we've really stepped on the gas doing.
We're talking to junior shortstop Dylan Carey, Nebraska, taking on Michigan State to open up the Big Ten tournament tomorrow night. So you've seen the old format. You know what this new format is going to look like with the pool play. And I don't know. I mean, in Colorado, when you were playing Little League and select ball, getting ready for high school ball, did you guys have tournaments that were similar where you play sort of the round robin pool play? Because that's kind of what this seems like a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you had your little, whoever was seated high, you went and played at their place. And I mean, That's kind of how it was for me. So this is a similar thing. Of course, it highlights the guys that have done well. The first top 4 guys, or is it top 4 or top 5?
Top 4, yeah.
Top 4 guys. See, I'm not even worried about that. I'm just focused on game 1. But top 4 guys get rewarded. But at the end of the day, you're just playing baseball, and the only thing that matters is winning. And we're focused on this game 1 against Michigan State. We faced this lefty last year. We've seen him before. So just continuing to keep our foot on the gas and play ball.
Yeah, and that's where I wanted to go. I know you've faced, and a lot of the guys that are going to be swinging a bat tomorrow night have faced Joseph Giroir. What is it about him that has just made not only you guys in the past, but every team in the Big Ten have struggles against him? What challenges does he present for you guys tomorrow night?
Honestly, just I'm not really focused on the challenges he's had on guys, but focus on what we're going to do at the plate. The biggest thing for us is, again, being confident in our approach. So just continuing to, be through the middle of the field and adjust off speed and, have bat speed through the middle of the field. So that's what we're focused on, and that's what we're going to do.
And, I go back to, and this is where I look at you guys in with maybe a handful of other teams in this tournament, you go back to all the way that second game of the year, you're facing one of the premier pitchers from Vanderbilt. Then you're seeing all these other great arms throughout the season. You in your career at Nebraska, you have seen some extremely electric arms. This is no disrespect to Joseph Jurwar or anyone you guys are going to see in this tournament, but I'm assuming whatever you see on the mound is not going to overwhelm you as far as stuff that you haven't seen already to this point, right?
Right. Yeah, we've faced the best in the country, so just going out there and playing our brand of baseball is what we're going to do.
The overall talk I know amongst the fan base right now is this tournament setting, is it fair when it comes to tiebreakers and things like that? I'm assuming, again, you guys don't really get yourself caught up into that. You take care of business, things will work out, and that's where the mindset is right now?
Right, yeah, absolutely, sure. It rewards the 1 through 4 seed, but we're focused on game 1, and we can go win that game and making the Oregon game meaningful. At the end of the day, it's baseball, so it can't make it bigger than it is.
And you've experienced it. You saw it last year. Further along you guys get in that tournament with games of even more significance, we see a lot more red in that stadium, and I know that, especially if we get into a Friday night matchup against Oregon, where that is to see who goes to the semifinals, I'm sure you're confident that there will be plenty of support with Husker Nation.
Yeah, absolutely. With what we saw last year in the Big Ten tournament, there's no doubt that the fans are going to show up and support. We got the best fans in the country, and I stand on that for sure.
Once again, that's junior shortstop Dylan Carey. He'll be in the starting lineup. We'll take a look at those starting lineups. We'll also take a look at our Nebraska Lottery scoreboard. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for a station ID here on the Huskers Radio Network. Back here at Charles Schwab Field, Nebraska and Michigan State, game number 1 here in the Big Ten tournament between these two teams, or for these two teams. 2 games played earlier. We'll take a look at that scoreboard, but it is Nick Hanley alongside Ben McLaughlin here in the booth at Charles Schwab Field. Also got Duke Root and David Swotek back in our Acres Broadcast Center. Acres Equipment, Nebraska's premier John Deere dealer. Acres Solutions for every field. Husker baseball here in the postseason, brought to you by Pizza Hut. It's game day. Make it a Pizza Hut day. Order your favorite pizza, wings, and more from the Hut. Time to take a look at our Nebraska Lottery scoreboard. There's a lot of action going on in conferences throughout college baseball. ACC tournament action earlier today. It was Cal big over Miami, 12-2. In the ASUN tournament, Jacksonville defeats North Alabama by a score of 5-1. In the American Athletic Association tournament, Tulane doubles up Florida Atlantic, winning 6-3. Other finals out in the SEC. In game number 1 out in Hoover, 23rd ranked Alabama edges out Missouri, winning 4-1. In the A-10 tournament, it was Davidson big over St. Joe's by a score of 18-3. Here in the Big Ten tournament, a game that did go extras in the 10th inning. It was Illinois able to best Michigan as the Fighting Illini defeat the Wolverines 6-5. The other Big Ten game that just ended moments ago here in downtown Omaha, it was Rutgers blanking Indiana as the Scarlet Knights win 5-0. Looking around outside the Big Ten once again, in the MAAC tournament, it was Quinnipiac over Niagara 10-5. In the ASUN, Austin Peay defeats North Florida 10-2. In the AAC tournament, it was, the American Athletic Tournament, it was UTSA defeating Rice 4-2. ACC action going on in Durham, North Carolina. Virginia Tech defeats Stanford 7-4. SEC tournament action, Oklahoma defeating Kentucky 5-1. In the A-10 tournament, George Mason over Dayton 9-5. In the MAAC tournament, it was Marist defeating Mount St. Mary's 12-3. In the WAC tournament, UT Arlington defeats Tarleton by a score of 10-1. In the A-Sun action, Stetson defeating Central Arkansas, actually leading Central Arkansas right now, 6-2. That game is in the 7th. Another final to pass along, Sun Belt tournament action out in Montgomery, Alabama. Texas State blanks Appalachian State 3-0. In the American Athletic Tournament, it was Charlotte over Wichita State, leading Wichita State. That game in the 8th inning right now, 6-1. Other games just getting underway. In the bottom of the 3rd, Pittsburgh with an early lead over Louisville in the ACC tournament, as Pitt leads Louisville by a score of 6-1. Bottom of the 4th in the SEC tournament, it's 15th-ranked Florida leading South Carolina 5-1. And plenty of action going on later on today. So it'll be Nebraska taking on Michigan State. Time to take a look at our starting lineups for this game, a game that will have a first pitch time approximately 20 minutes from now at 6:23. Michigan State coming in with a 28-25 record. They were 13-17 in Big Ten play. They will lead off with Ryan McKay. He'll get the start at second base. Sophomore's hitting .322 on the year, 65 hits and 19 doubles in the 2025 season. Also has 5 home runs, 27 RBI, and has 11 stolen bases for the Spartans. Batting second, playing third base, will be junior Randy Seymour. He's a .274 hitter on the year with 52 hits, 12 doubles. He's got 3 triples, 4 home runs, and has driven in 36 on the year, also with 9 stolen bases. Batting third and playing first base, Michigan State's most dangerous hitter, the senior Sam Bush. Bush is a .290 hitter, 53 hits on the year. He's got 10 doubles. He's gone deep 15 times this year, leads the Spartans with 60 runs driven in and slugging at .590 on the year. In the cleanup spot for the Spartans, in doing the DHing, will be Caleb Berry. The senior's a .310 hitter, 49 hits. He's got 10 doubles, 6 home runs, and he has driven in 34 on the season. Batting fifth, playing left field, will be Nick Williams. Nick Williams, a senior, a .262 hitter with 42 hits. He's got 10 doubles, 5 home runs, 29 RBI. He's stolen 8 bases on the year. Batting sixth, doing the catching for Michigan State, will be Noah Bright. Bright is a .289 hitter, the senior, with 33 hits on the year. He's got 6 doubles, 15 runs driven in. Batting seventh, playing right field, will be Parker Pico. Pico, a sophomore, hitting .261 on the year with 47 hits this season, 10 doubles, 5 triples. He's got 8 home runs and 37 runs driven in. Batting eighth, playing center field, will be JT Sokolov, the senior, hitting .255 on the year with 47 hits. He's got 8 doubles, 2 home runs, 22 runs driven in, and he leads the Spartans with 15 stolen bases on the season. Rounding out the lineup for Michigan State, it'll be Dayton Murphy. The freshman is a .188 hitter. He's got 15 hits on the year with 3 doubles. He has driven in 4 on the season. And the starting pitcher for Michigan State will be Joseph Jerwa, the junior lefty. Outstanding numbers. 2.31 earned run average. He's 8-3 on the year. He's making his 15th appearance, his 15th start. He does have a complete game this season. He's gone 85 2/3 on the 2025 season, where he has given up 61 hits, allowed 28 runs, 22 of those earned. He has struck out an eye-popping 98 and walked just 21, with opponents hitting .193. Your Big Ten Pitcher of the Year, Joseph Jerwa, getting the start for Michigan State. Again, Michigan State's lineup: Ryan McKay leading off, followed by Randy Seymour, Sam Bush hitting third, Caleb Berry in the cleanup spot, Nick Williams batting fifth, Noah Bright sixth, Parker Pico is hitting seventh, JT Sokolov in the 8-hole, and Dayton Murphy rounds out the lineup for Michigan State. Michigan State is led by Jake Boss as their head coach, 17th year at Michigan State, 18th overall as he was an assistant before taking over as the head man. Assistant coaches, Graham Sykes, also Mark Van Amity, Andrew Stone, and Adam Eaton. Yes, that Adam Eaton, coaching staff for Michigan State. Time to take a look at the Nebraska starting lineup. Huskers come in with a 28-27 record, 15-15 in Big Ten play this season. They will lead off with a familiar face in center field, Riley Silva. Silva hitting .284 on the year. The senior's got 29 hits, 2 doubles. He's driven in 14 on the year, and 8 stolen bases to go along with it. Batting second, getting the start at the hot corner, will be Joshua Overbeek. Beek at .303 on the season, 50 hits. He's got 13 doubles, 6 home runs. He's driven in 28 on the year, slugging .503 for the Huskers. Batting third, playing second base, will be Caden Brumbaugh. Brum hitting .307 on the season. The junior at 66 hits, leading Nebraska. Also with 17 doubles. He's got 4 home runs. He's driven in 30 on the year. He leads Nebraska with 10 stolen bases as well. In the cleanup spot will be the left fielder, Gabe Swanson. Swanee, a .244 hitter. The senior with 33 hits on the year. He's got 11 doubles, 5 home runs, 39 runs driven in. Tie for a team high there. Batting fifth, playing shortstop. You just heard from him, Dylan Carey, the junior, hitting .296 on the season, 58 hits on the year, team high 18 doubles. He also tied for the team high with 8 home runs on the year and tied for the team high 39 runs driven in. DC's slugging at .510 now on the season. Batting sixth, playing first base, will be sophomore Case Sanderson. Sandy, a .306 hitter on the season. He's got 53 hits, 8 doubles, 3 home runs, and 27 RBI. Batting seventh, doing the DHing, will be Will Jeske. Jeske, the sophomore out of Lincoln Southeast, a .290 hitter. He's got 31 hits, 6 doubles, 3 home runs, and 14 RBI. Batting eighth will be the right fielder, Robbie Bolin. Bolin, the junior, a .292 hitter, getting his 31st start of the season, 33 hits on the year. He's got 6 doubles, and he has driven in 14 for Nebraska. And rounding out the lineup for the Big Red, it'll be catcher Hogan Haligzo. Hogan hitting .196 on the year, the senior with 20 hits. He's got a double, 2 home runs, and he has driven in 15 for Nebraska this season. Starting pitcher for Nebraska will be the sophomore righty, Ty Horn. Ty Horn, who has been outstanding his last handful of starts here to close out the regular season, comes in with a 5.66 earned run average. He is 2-4 on the year, making his 16th appearance. This will be his 15th start. He's gone 68 1/3, allowing 76 hits, giving up 48 runs, 43 of those earned. He has struck out 62 while walking 25. And opponents hitting .281 against Ty Horn, Nebraska's starting pitcher. Again, the Huskers lineup, it'll be Riley Silva to lead off, followed by Joshua Overbeek, Caden Brumbaugh, Gabe Swanson in the cleanup spot. He's followed by Dylan Carey. Case Sanderson hitting 6th, Will Jeske 7th, Robbie Bolin 8th, and rounding out the lineup for Nebraska, Hogan Haligzo. Nebraska led by head coach Will Bolton, his 6th season. Pitching coach is Rob Childress. Assistant coaches Lance Harvell, Mike Sirianni. Director of Operations is Connor Behrens, and Director of Player Development is Derek Roy. To give you our umpires for today's game, I have a 4-man crew, as we will throughout the Big Ten tournament. Calling the balls and strikes tonight for Nebraska and Michigan State will be Dave Condon. Down the first base line will be Mike Fichter. At second base will be Josh Shepis. And down the third base line, it'll be Grady Smith. Your umpires for today. Take a look at our field conditions and field checkup here. The all-natural grass surface here is in tip-top shape, postseason shape, as they get ready to host the biggest tournament of the college baseball season in just a couple of weeks for the College World Series, and the home of the College World Series here at Charles Schwab Field. Down the left field line, it is 335, and that is also where Nebraska's bullpen will be tonight, the home team bullpen out there. The left center power alley is 375. It's 408 to straightaway center. In right center, it's 375. And down the right field foul pole, it is 335. Also, the right field area is where the Michigan State bullpen will be. Michigan State will occupy the first base dugout, while Nebraska, the home team, will occupy the third base dugout. Nebraska and Michigan State. Game 3 of this one between what has been a long day of college baseball here in downtown Omaha. We told you earlier it was Illinois able to beat Michigan in extra innings, a 6-5 win for the Fighting Illini. So that essentially eliminates Michigan from going on into the semifinals. Michigan will still play another game, while Illinois still alive to play and be one of 4 standing there on Saturday's semifinal Saturday. And then earlier, again, it's been the lower seed that has had success here on day one of the Big Ten tournament, where Rutgers blanking the Indiana Hoosiers, winning that game by a score of 5-0. So if you look at the bracket, the way it looks right now in this tournament, and again, this is the first time the Big Ten has rolled out the 3-team pool play event now with 4 extra teams with the addition of USC, Washington, UCLA, and Oregon. Nebraska, which is in Pool A, they have Michigan State and Oregon. Oregon will not play until Thursday night. That's when their first game will be. Well, of course, Michigan State will play that Oregon team Thursday night. Nebraska will have 2 days off before they play Oregon on Friday night. So if you're looking at the games for tomorrow, it'll be 2nd seed UCLA playing 11th seed Illinois. So Illinois will have back-to-back morning games. Then it'll be followed by Penn State and Washington tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And then tomorrow night's night game will be 3rd seed Iowa taking on 10th seed Rutgers. Then on Thursday, the day will get underway with 7th seed Michigan taking on 2nd seed UCLA. Then it'll be 4th seed USC taking on 9th seed Penn State. That'll be Thursday at 2. And then Thursday at 6 p.m., it'll be top seed Oregon taking on this Michigan State team, the 12 seed. And then on Friday, your schedule at 10 a.m. will be 5th seed Washington taking on 4th seed USC. At 2 o'clock on Friday, it'll be 6th seed Indiana taking on 3rd seed Iowa. And then the nightcap on Friday will be the 8th seed Nebraska Cornhuskers taking on top seed Oregon. The big question here is, will that game be for a trip to the semifinals on Saturday? Well, Nebraska needs to take care of business tonight to make that a reality and possibly have a pretty big crowd. If you look at Iowa and Indiana playing the 2 o'clock game on Friday, and especially if that game is meaningful as well, Nebraska and Oregon could have 2 straight games of some big attendances as we inch towards the holiday weekend here for Memorial Day weekend. So a lot of baseball still to be played here at Charles Schwab Field. Day number 1 of the Big Ten tournaments, where Illinois moves on and so does Rutgers. Indiana will still play, and so will Michigan, but those 2 teams have been eliminated from playing in the semifinals. When we return, we will have the first pitch between Nebraska and Michigan State. We'll talk more about this one as we get you closer to that first pitch, less than 10 minutes away here on the Huskers Radio Network.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Nebraska soybeans power everyday products, from Goodyear tires and Skechers shoes to soy-based turf and fire suppressants. These innovations replace petroleum and utilize other components of the soybean, leading to more sustainable products worldwide.
I'm Doug Sadoff, a farmer near Trumbull, Nebraska. Thanks to cutting-edge research, soybeans are now in everything from tires to turf. It's amazing to see how these advancements are unlocking new potential for our crops.
Soybeans are a win for every product and everyone. Nebraska soybeans, feeding, fueling, and innovating for the future.
Husker fans, it's game day, and Pizza Hut's got your perfect play. Score the game day special for just $29.99. Get 2 medium 3-topping pizzas, 8 boneless wings, and 5 breadsticks. Enough to feed 8 hungry fans. Pizza, wings, breadsticks, and more. It's the ultimate lineup to fuel your game day. Check out the full menu online at pizzahut.com or in store. Because remember, no one out-pizzas the Hut.
Woodhouse Nissan makes shopping for your next vehicle simple. Lease the new 2025 Nissan Altima SV 4-wheel drive for just $265 per month. Visit us in Bellevue or Omaha today, or online at woodhousenissan.com or woodhouseplacenissan.com. 39 months, 10,000 miles per year with approved credit. Tax, title, license extra. First payment and $29.50 down plus $299 doc fee due at signing. Based on sale price of $27,880. VIN number SN387820. Offer expires 5/31/25. See dealer for details.
Being game day ready means bringing the die-hard passion, all in, all the time. And now, you can show your Husker pride everywhere you go with the Husker Visa debit card, free with FNBO free checking. Gear up, game on, and give it up for the Big Red. Every time you pay, the Husker Visa debit card, only at FNBO, the bank of Husker Nation. Bring it. Get yours today at fnbo.com/Huskers. Member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Tom Osborne, former football coach and co-founder of the Teammates Mentoring Program.
And I'm Des Moines Adams, Husker Black Shirt and CEO of Teammates Mentoring.
We are recruiting Teammates mentors and need caring adults to be in the lives of our students.
Meeting with a student once a week at the school can make a positive impact in their life and have a ripple effect in our communities.
Please join our team.
Go to teammates.org today.
John Henry's has a brand new membership club to protect your entire home in one program. With a VIP and a deluxe option, we will help you find the plan that best fits your needs. Receive discounts on services and equipment, priority service, complimentary inspections, and so much more. Protect your home's plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical systems all in one membership. Call John Henry's to learn more.
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating and Air.
And electrical.
Alongside Nick Hanley, I'm Ben McLaughlin. This is the Big Ten Tournament here on the Huskers Radio Network. Glad everybody's dialed us up. Wherever you may be joining us on Huskers.com, the Huskers app, your favorite Huskers Radio Network affiliate. It's Husker Baseball postseason brought to you by Pizza Hut. Make it a Pizza Hut day. Will Bolt, Jake Bosch Jr. shaking the umpiring crew's hands before we get started here in this one. And headed to a 6:23 Central Time first pitch between the Cornhuskers and Spartans. First matchup of the season between these two. Feels almost like a early April evening here at the ballpark. 55 degrees here at Charles Schwab Field. Wind chill down into the 40s with that stiff breeze blowing straight out of the west at 16 miles an hour. Gust up to 33 with the wind. The way this ballpark orients behind home plate, blowing straight out to the 408 mark and straight away center field, straight to the CHI Health Center right across the street. So obviously expecting a pitcher's duel tonight, but balls in play to the outfield, elevated, will get help by the wind. Our Cornerstone Bank time and temp report. Cornerstone Bank committed to providing you game-changing solutions for your financial needs. Bank on a solid foundation. Cornerstone Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. The Huskers enter play with a 28-27 overall record. The Michigan State Spartans at 28-25. Michigan State was one of those teams really holding on for dear life for an entry into this tournament. They entered play with a weekend series with Minnesota in a tie for 11th place. They dropped the first two to the Gophers, but walked off Minnesota on Saturday to clinch their spot into the Big Ten tournament. So it was really up in the air whether Michigan State would be here in this tournament or not. Really, them and Northwestern were fighting for that last spot. It was grabbed by Michigan State, and now the Huskers and Spartans ready to go at it. The defending Big Ten tournament champions ready to take the field on what's a much better crowd than I anticipated, with the cold weather and the breeze. Not super pleasant for baseball, but Husker fans have showed up to support their Huskers as Nebraska takes the field. And taking the mound for Nebraska is sophomore right-hander Ty Horn. For more on the Husker starting pitcher, here's Nebraska pitching coach Rob Childress.
Well, just to get us in the middle of the fight, and we're facing arguably the best pitcher in our conference and Michigan State's left-hander, and Ty's got to go out and not just navigate their lineup, but be able to try to match him and keep the game within striking distance. And, for us, it's about controlling McKay and Bush and the 1 and 3, the two left-handed hitters that are in the lineup, and limiting their opportunities with runners in scoring position. And really, truly, how you do that is you handle the bottom of the order. And Ty has pitched as good as anybody on our staff the last 5 weeks, and we certainly need that out of him tonight.
Unleaded 88 is Earth Smart and engine kind, not to mention wallet friendly. Visit chooseunleaded88.com to learn more. Defense behind Horn tonight, the hero from the championship game. Gabe Swanson in left, Riley Silva in center, Robbie Boland in right, Joshua Overbeek at the hot corner. He could be busy tonight with that speed in the Michigan State lineup. Dylan Carey, the shortstop, Brumbaugh at second, Sanderson at first, Hogan Elixo doing the catching. The Huskers in their home whites, white tops, white pants, cursive script Nebraska across the chest, red numbers, red socks, red hats, white N on the front. The visiting Spartans in their green tops, gray pants. They have script Spartans in white across the chest, white numbers, green hats, white Spartan logo stamped on the front for MSU. Ty Horn, done warming up. Ryan McKay, done with his warm-up swings. The ball has been returned to Nebraska's starter from throwing it around the horn, and we're ready for baseball here in Omaha. Game 3 of the Big Ten tournament, Game 1 for both Nebraska and Michigan State. Postseason baseball mere moments away here in Omaha. Ryan McKay, the leadoff hitter. He's the sophomore second baseman, batting .322 on the year. He's hit 5 home runs and stolen 11 bases, a left-handed hitter against Ty Horn. This is a lineup loaded with righties, one of 2 left-handed hitters in the box for Michigan State. Overbeek at the cutout at third in case McKay wants to try and drop down a bunt. Horn's first pitch is fouled back and out of play, and we're underway here in Omaha. McKay batting .322 on the season. Again, a left-handed hitter. Michigan State, by nature, is a tough team to strike out. McKay, the epitome of that. This pitch is a little bit low with a off speed below the knees. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Horn works from the windup. Ready for the 1-1 pitch. That's lined sharply into right field. Going to drop down for a hit in front of Robbie Boland. Good start for Michigan State. That was a pitch that caught a lot of the plate over the knees, and he ripped it into right for a solid base hit. So Michigan State starting off strong with a base hit into right field, and now Randy Seymour, junior, batting .274. 4 home runs, 36 driven in on the year. Tall right-handed batter with good speed. McKay a problem at first, and good move from Horn. A little inaccurate with the throw, no tag applied from Sanderson. Michigan State will run. They'll play some small ball, but they have some guys capable of hitting the ball to the ballpark as well. Horn's first pitch, squaring to bunt right out in front of the plate. Horn's going to pick it up with the glove. Now the bare hand, throw to first in time to get Seymour. Sacrifice complete to move McKay to second, and right off the bat, Nick Hanley seeing some small ball. Michigan State expecting a pitcher's duel tonight.
Yeah, and I think this is exactly what Michigan State's used to doing on most Friday nights, is just trying to work some type of a lead for Jerwa, make him feel confident and comfortable when he gets on the rubber, and it's worked well for them so far. This is a team, if you look at their numbers, they run the bases extremely well, so there's a lot of team speed, even what they lack in power there down the lineup.
This guy does not lack power. That's Sam Bush. Big left-handed stick. Horn's pitch. Outside corner, called strike at 94. 0-1. Bush batting .290. He's belted 15 home runs, a team high. Caden Brumbaugh playing the pull side in the shallow roving position in right field. This pitch is swung and fouled at the plate off the glove of Helixo, again doing the catching tonight. Horn has worked ahead of Bush. No balls, 2 strikes. Sam batting .290. He has 60 driven in on the year. A lot of thump right here in the lineup for Michigan State. Runner at second, 1 out, just underway in the first. Horn from the stretch. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. Good block by Helixo, 1-2. Ty's last start came just 4 days ago against the Boilermakers. He went 5 innings, which is really impressive considering the pitch count he was on. He threw 69 pitches in those 5 innings, allowed 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned against the Boilers. The 1-2 pitch from Horn, up and away, 2-2. Ty only struck out 1 Boilermaker, walked 1 as well, but that was a key to letting him go into the 5th. This pitch is drilled into the right center field gap. No one's getting that one. It's going to roll all the way in front of the wall. McKay around third. He's easily going to score, and Michigan State soaring here to start the top of the first. An RBI double from Bush, and the Spartans grab a 1-0 lead. Well, exactly what you didn't want to have happen if you're Nebraska, knowing the task in front of you offensively, is to let Michigan State get some early momentum. That's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, 102 off the bat right there. And you mentioned the wind. In typical ballparks, with the wind blown out of the north, it's going to be in your face. Not here at Charles Schwab Field, as you know. If that wind is coming from the north or from the northwest, it's typically going to be blown out. So there's going to be a little more carry, especially in the power alleys.
Caleb Berry, right-handed hitter, with another runner at second, takes a first pitch strike at the knees, 0-1. Boy, you really want to limit the mistakes against the Spartans because every run is emphasized that much more with Jerwa on the mound. The 0-1 pitch, needled the outside corner. Good location that time from Horn. It's 0-2. And that was the other part. He worked ahead 0-2 to Bush. And a couple of balls out of the zone. He grooved one, and Bush made him pay for it. Horn again at 0-2, brings it home. Just reached out and tapped that one behind home plate. Count holds 1-2. He got him to chase the slider, but Barry was able to get bat on ball. Senior batting .310 for the Spartans, 6 home runs. He's driven in 34. 1-0 MSU. We're in the top of the first. Horn to the belt. Here's the pitch. That's shot off to the right and out of play. These are must-win games for anybody that's not a top 4 seed. So not a lot of playing around with starting pitching. You saw that right away in game number 1 of this tournament as Michigan starting pitcher Kurt Barr did not record an out before he was lifted. Horn's 0-2 pitch, waved and missed at a slider down and away. Strikeout for Horn. 2 gone here in the top of the first.
Yeah, to that point, Ben, you go back to Kurt Barr, who we saw as a starter for Michigan, but also we saw how effective David Lally was going deep into that start against Nebraska. He also had an appearance in that game, and unfortunately for Michigan, using all of your big arms still did not yield that all-important win.
Nick Williams will hit, another righty. A lot of experience for him. He swings at the first Horn offering and fouls it off to the right and out of play. Williams batting .262, 5 home runs. He runs very well from the right side. He's got 10 doubles and 2 triples. He had some success against Nebraska last year in East Lansing. Horn to the belt. Here's the pitch. Just off the plate. Good location. 1-1. David Condon calling our balls and strikes behind home plate tonight. 1-0 Michigan State. Just underway in the top of the first. Horn trying to limit the damage to just 1. This pitch is low. 2 balls and a strike on Williams. Bush, pretty good lead out at second. Horn's offering. Jammed him back to the screen. Fastball in on him, and it's 2-2. Horn is a big reason why Nebraska's here right now. He and Brockett both have been huge for Nebraska down the stretch. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch to Williams. Breaking ball hit in the air to right. It's going to twist over near the line. Bolin reaches up and makes the catch in foul territory, folks. There is not much foul room from the line to the wall, that part of the park. You're talking maybe 6 feet, and Bolin had just enough room to make the catch in foul territory for the 3rd out of the inning. For Michigan State, they score a run on 2 hits, no errors. They leave a runner. After a half inning, Michigan State 1, Nebraska coming to bat on the Huskers Radio Network.
Being game day ready means bringing the diehard passion, all in, all the time. And now you can show your Husker pride everywhere you go with the Husker Visa debit card, free with FNBO free checking. Gear up, game on, and give it up for the Big Red every time you pay. The Husker Visa debit card, only at FNBO, the bank of Husker Nation. Bring it. Get yours today at fnbo.com/Huskers. Member FDIC.
If you've been looking for a reason to fill up your car with unleaded 88, how about this? Unleaded 88
can help you save big at the pump
and save the planet by cutting greenhouse gas emissions.
Any car 2001 or newer is approved to use unleaded 88. Speaking of good, it's made from corn, which is great for farmers.
As I was saying, if you need a reason to choose unleaded 88, there you have them. Unleaded 88. Engine smart, earth kind. Visit chooseunleaded88.com to learn more.
Michigan State tags Ty Horn for a run in the top of the first. Now Nebraska's first look at the Big Ten Pitcher of the Year, Joseph Jerwa, making his 15th start, 8-3 record, ERA of 2.31. Opposition hitting a puny 193 against this lanky, tall southpaw for the Spartans. Our Kubota leadoff hitter of the game is once again Riley Silva. Riley has been occupying that leadoff spot really for the last at least 2 weeks and has done quite well in that role. It's game day, make it Pizza Hut day. Order your favorite pizza, wings, and more from the Hut. Silva will have a left-on-left matchup against Jerwa. He'll settle in right around 90 to 92. He'll clip 94, 95 early, but with him, it's all about movement. It's kind of a whippy action into home. It's deceiving and tough to pick up. The first pitch on the way from Jerwa. Misses right down the middle, 0-1. Not sure where that one missed. Riley had squared the bunt and pulled it back. Silva batting .284. Open stance from the left side from the senior from Canada. The 1-0 pitch. That's over for a strike. Outer third, 1-1. Two-seam fastball there from Jerwa. Seymour, the third baseman, is in front of the cutout. Expecting bunt from Riley. Jerwa works from the stretch, which is a bit unique with nobody on base. So 1-1. Silva flares one off to the left into the camera well. And now he's down 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, now you get to the point where, to Nick's point earlier, you got to find a way to just put the ball in play and make Michigan State's defense beat you, especially if you're a guy like Silva who runs well. Ball and 2 strikes on the Husker center fielder. Jerwa to the belt, and the pitch. That's hit sharply into left center field. No one's going to get that one in. It is a gapper for Riley. Extra bases for Silva, now bobbling the ball in center is Sokolov. He'll get it into hole Silva to a leadoff double. 100 off the bat for Silva on a 94-mile-an-hour heater right on the outside corner. That's some good hitting there from Silva. And this is what it's all about, Nick. You get moments like this, you have to take advantage of them against this guy.
Yeah, we talked about it. First, second inning is when these guys, any starting pitcher is going to be at their most vulnerable because they're still trying to get a feel for the game as well. And if there's going to be mistakes, you heard Will Bolt talk about it, you've got to be on time. You've got to get good contact. And where he elevated that fastball still in the strike zone, that's a good pitch for Jura. Typically going to win that battle. Just a better at-bat and a better swing from Riley Silva.
Leadoff double for Overbeek. First pitch to Beek, waved and missed at an off speed, down and away from him. There's the changeup. You can really see that dive down and away at the knees of the right-handed hitters. Overbeek batting .303, 6 home runs, 28 driven in. He had a monster Big Ten tournament here last year. Some huge hits for the Huskers. The 0-1 pitch, fouled at the catcher, rolls back to the backstop. Now he's down 0-2. That was a hittable pitch, and that's exactly what Will Bolt told us in the pregame. When he makes mistakes, you have to drive him, and he just made one to Overbeek. But now he's down in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Have to find a way to get Silva to third base. Jerwa to the belt. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Chased the pitch down to the dirt. Catcher's going to have to complete the strikeout to first, and he does. Jerwa terminates Overbeek on 3 pitches.
You mentioned, Ben, Will Bolt talking to you before the game about not only being ready to hit that, but also early in counts. The second pitch right there that Josh Overbeek, as you indicated, was right there and getting the barrel on time. That's where not only being ready to hit, but actually having that timing down too. And Overbeek just a split second late on that second pitch, a ball that he can typically drive anywhere.
Now Caden Brumbaugh, Silva still at second base. The pitch home. Fastball inside corner, good location, 0-1. Brumbaugh at .307. Hit 300 in the series against Purdue last weekend. Leads the Cornhuskers in hits on the season. The 0-1. Brumbaugh fouls one straight back. So after the double, Jerwa's come back and thrown 5 consecutive strikes to the Huskers. He's gotten so far all 3 Husker hitters to 2 strikes and a count. 1-0 Michigan State. We're in the bottom of the first. Jerwa to the belt. Here's the 0-2. Brumbaugh flares one to the right and out of play. That was a fastball right at the top of the zone that Brumbaugh was able to flip out of play to the right. Now be ready for that pitch that Overbeek struck out on, that breaking ball in the dirt. We know the speed at second by now from Silva. No balls, 2 strikes. Jerwa set. And the pitch. Outside, good take, 1-2. Jerwa's last outing wasn't spectacular against Minnesota. In fact, it was one of his worst of the year. He went 5 innings, allowed 5 hits and 4 runs to the Gophers. He only struck out 4. This pitch again fouled off to the right and out of play. Good battle going on here between Jerwa and Brumbaugh. That was another fastball right on the black on the outside corner. So he's locating well early as Jerwa. And the fastball, as expected, up a few ticks early in this game. The 1-2 pitch. Brumbaugh reaches out and hits a slow roller up the first baseline. Off the bag, and Brumbaugh's safe. We had a play just like that 2 years ago against Michigan State in this tournament. And it resulted in a Casey Burnham triple up the right field line. This isn't a triple, but the Huskers will gladly take the base hit. Bush made a mistake letting that ball travel all the way to the bag. He could have just stuck his glove right in front of the base, and the ball would have hopped right in it. But he waited. The ball hits off the bag, and the Huskers have him on the corners. And now Gabe Swanson at the plate.
He was setting up. Sam Bush was setting his glove up right there on top of the bag. If he puts it in front of the bag, he probably fields it cleanly.
First pitch to Swanson. Gabe takes in the dirt, 1-0. Last year in the Big Ten tournament, Swanson batted over 500. He hit 3 home runs and had 10 RBIs. He was a shoo-in for the most outstanding player, except he ran into Josh Caron. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Hardy hack there from Swanson. And it's 1-1. Huskers would take just a lousy sac fly here to get the game tied. First and third, 1 out, 1-0 Michigan State. Silva at third, Brumbaugh at first. Here's the pitch. Fastball, called strike off the inside corner. That's a really tough pitch to handle for Swanee. That was 94, and he gets the strike call. Trackman had it a bit inside, but he gets the strike. Now Swanson down 1-2. Going to have to put it in play. Jerwa to the belt. Here's the pitch. Swanson skies one in the air to high right field. Pico backing up. This is plenty deep enough to score Silva. The catch is made. Here comes Silva to score, and we're knotted at 1. And Swanson wastes no time driving in a run here in this edition of our Big Ten tournament. It's a 1-1 tie in the bottom of the first.
Exactly what you said there, Ben. And we talked about this the entire broadcast. You're going to hear it repeated many times. Put the ball in play. Make Michigan State's defense work. We saw what happened on the ball that was misplayed on Brumbaugh's cue shot to first base. This time just elevating one, understanding the situation, being able to take advantage of it. Gabe Swanson doing a good job with 2 strikes to elevate something and driving Riley Silva.
Now Dylan Carey with 2 outs and Brumbaugh on at first. Jerwa to the belt, throws over that way. Brumbaugh leads the team in stolen bases with 10. Yes, he's left-handed, but he's also 6'8", so it's a little bit longer delivery to home plate. Jerwa to the belt. Here's the pitch. Carey swings and misses 0-1. So Nebraska surrenders a run in the top of the first, get it right back here in the bottom. And DC a chance to keep it going. Got a first pitch changeup from Jerwa. Brumbaugh, a good lead from first. Here's the pitch. There goes Brumbaugh. That pitch is fouled off to the right and out of play. Brumbaugh had that stolen. Carey got a fastball in the inner third and fouled it off. And now he's down. No balls, 2 strikes.
Another part of this game, too, the traffic that Nebraska can somehow produce. This is where you know Nebraska, Will Bolt, Mike Sirianni, and Lance Arvell, they want to get aggressive, want to try to put some more pressure just from that aspect defensively.
0-2 on Carey. Here's the pitch. It's taken in the dirt. Good take from DC. It's 1-2. If nothing else continue to battle here with 2 strikes and rack up that pitch count on Jerwa. He's thrown 17 here in the bottom of the first. If you can make it to 20, I call that a win. Another good lead from Brum. Here's the 1-2. Carey chewed up, but got a piece of it to the netting. That was way in on the hands. You're noticing a trend here to the righties. Fastballs in on them. Saw that to both Brumbaugh and now DC. Loose ball in right field, now ready to go. Brumbaugh with a walking lead at first. Jerwa way ahead of Dylan Carey. He holds at the belt in the 1-2. Fouled back to the screen. Another fastball on the inside part of the plate. Carey's able to fight this one off.
Ben, I'd have to imagine Joseph Jerwa knows the book on Dylan Carey. At some point, you're going to see that breaking ball. They're going to try to bury that and see if Dylan Carey can go after that.
1-2. Here's the pitch. There goes Brumbaugh. That pitch is skied high in the air. Foul territory left side. Giving it a look, the third baseman Seymour backs up, and he makes the catch to retire the side. But a good go for Nebraska. They score a run on 2 hits. Call a timeout if you're someone you know is struggling or in crisis. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline's there. Call, text, or chat 988 is free. Confidential, and staff with trained counselors ready to listen and provide support. Huskers tag Jerwa for a run on 2 hits, which square us up at 1 apiece as we go to the second. This is Big Red Baseball.
To be a part of Nebraska Medicine.
Hi, welcome.
Is to be a part of something extraordinary.
Nebraska Medicine, how may I help you?
Because these are the doors that open doors.
How are you?
To growth and opportunity for each other and for our community.
That went really well.
For those who know that the academic experience.
You know what? I agree.
The life experience that you get here is beyond what you can get anywhere else. And that's exactly why here is where you belong. Join us at nebraskamed.com/careers. Nebraska Medicine. Together, extraordinary.
I would have never had the chance to see my daughter become a doctor.
Because my mom wore her seatbelt that day, I get to hug her when I go home.
And then it clicked. Because I wore my seatbelt, I learned that one moment in time can change a person's life forever.
Brought to you by NDOT Highway Safety Office.
The day we were hit was the second to last day of our high school careers.
We were about to graduate as best friends together.
And then it clicked. Because we wore our seatbelt that day, we still get to experience life together.
Brought to you by NDOT Highway Safety Office.
Here's what's on tap, brought to you by Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Well, Huskers continue their time here in downtown Omaha in the Big Ten tournament. A big one coming up Friday night, and will it be for a chance to go to the semifinals on the line? Huskers will take on top seed Oregon at 6 o'clock Friday night. A lot of attention to the Super Regionals out in Knoxville, Tennessee, as the Huskers softball team, they are 2 wins from going to the Women's College World Series. They will take on Tennessee in Knoxville Friday at 6 o'clock, Saturday at 4. Game 3, if necessary, would be on Sunday. That's what's on tap, brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
First pitch from Ty Horn of the second innings, a called strike to the catcher for MSU, Noah Bright. 289 average on the year. 1-1 tie, top of the second. Horn ready, and the pitch. Just missed off the plate. Lid fell off for Horn, who admitted he needs a haircut on the tarmac, getting ready to go to West Lafayette. I think he's tired of picking the hat off the dirt. The 1-1. Strike 2 with the knees. He lost his balance coming off the mound. It was awkward looking, and of course, the hat falls off, as does the pitch comp. So
this has become part of the routine for Ty Horn. I have not seen a start in at least the last 5 or 6 where he hasn't gone to the dirt to pick up his hat at least once, if not usually twice, sometimes 3 times.
Sure. The 1-2, that's hit high in the air to right field. Bolin in foul ground, chasing it. He makes a running catch in foul territory, just in front of the wall. 1 gone. That is the exact opposite of the catch that he had that ended the first. I mentioned no foul ground when you get that far into right field. You come a little closer and you got all the foul ground in the world, and I think it surprised Robbie a little bit because he almost took a path similar to the wall shape. He almost curved in and around, but he's able to hang in there to make the catch for the first out.
Yeah, it's as if he attacked the wall first, then moved forward knowing he had ground.
First pitch breaking ball to Pico, down and away, 1-0. Pico, P-I-C-O-T. Thankfully, we have a pronunciation guide to help us with that one. This pitch is a heater blown right by him, 1-1.
Well, I want to give the SID from Michigan State a lot of credit because sometimes there's a way that you're going to put it in there, but he just said, like the Gallo.
Yeah.
That's what it says in the pronunciation guide.
Easy enough for us. This one is high, 2-1. 1-1 tie, top of the second inning. The pitch sprayed off to the right and out of play. Pico only a .261 hitter, but he does have some thump. He has 8 home runs and 5 triples. So he's got some speed out of that right-handed box. Horn's got 2 strikes on him. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Just missed outside. Quality spot. It was off, 3-2. Pico laid off of it. Now it's full count. Horn's payoff. Fouled back and out of play. That was a slider on the inner third. That was maybe the best pitch of the at-bat that he threw. But you got to tip your cap here to Parker Pico from flipping it out of play. Horn needs to come over again. Here's the 3-2. Fouled back again, just off to our left. Horn's made 2 pretty good pitches on 3-2, but he's still in the fight. Needs to come over for a third time. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air to right again. Bolin giving this one a look. And I think this time he's going to run out of room, and he will. Lands in like the 6th row. So he's gone slider 3-2, fouled away. Fastball 3-2, fouled back. This time it's a changeup 3-2, and he fouls it off to the right.
Jared Meister confirming 7th row, Ben. 7th
okay,
row.
My fault. Way off. 4th 3-2 pitch of the at-bat. And he lost him. Breaking ball outside. That sparked some juice in that Spartan dugout. Went back to the slider and he missed. It's a 1-out walk for Pico. Now, JT Sokolov, the center fielder. More good speed from Michigan State. Overbeek even with the bag at third. Sokolov hitting .255, 2 homers. He's driven in 22. Pico at first after the 1-out walk. Here's the pitch. Popped up right side, and that's going to be out of play just underneath of us. 1-1 tie, top of the second inning. Horn has had to throw a lot of pitches to get here. Right-handed hitting center fielder for the Spartans back in the box. Horn from the belt. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball and a beauty. Right on the corner, 0-2. Sokolov transferred in from Illinois State. Quick move over to first to chase back Pico. Handful of transfers for Jake Boss Jr. He doesn't have nearly as many as we saw last week that Purdue has. Horn's 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball, good location, just at the ankles, 1-2. Sokolov lays off. Talked about this off the top. Michigan State generally a tough team to strike out. We're seeing that here. Horn from the first base side of the rubber. Pauses and delivers. Again, just off the plate, 2-2.
It's a heck of a frame job by Hogan Aligzo. Watching the replay on that thing, just snapped it right back over the plate, but it was just off.
Another pick over to first. Pico 2 for 3 in stolen bases. Ty's gotten ahead, but it's been putting the hitters away with 2 strikes. It's been difficult. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Just missed up. He is all around the zone with 2 strikes, but just can't put these guys away, and now it's full again. Three balls, 2 strikes. Another pick over to first. What does Nebraska want to come with here on 3-2? Horn comes set, and the pitch. Sprayed off to the right and out of play. Good grief. Pitch is really piling up on Ty the last two at-bats.
It becomes a mentality as well. You're in that fight and you're not maybe getting the results that you want here. You just cannot be deterred from that because you're going to start winning those battles too. Just can't give in.
Another 3-2. Walk. And Sokolov skips and hops and a stare down from Horn as he makes it to first. And another thing Rob Childress told us, you have to do damage at the bottom of this Michigan State order. And after the flyout, Horn has walked the 7 and 8 batters, albeit long at bats with 2 strikes. Hasn't won either 3-2, and now you have to face Dayton Murphy, who bats a .188 this year and has really struggled in his last 10 games batting under 200. Obviously, Rob Childress with the message to Horn here is, first, give him a breather after 2 long at bats, but secondly, go after this guy.
Yeah, get ahead, stay ahead. And that's the thing where we've seen earlier in the year when Ty Horn has been in these types of situations, it's usually come from counts that have originated at 2-0 or even 3-1. Now, these counts are 0-2, 1-2, and you just have to really give Pico and Sokolov credit for being able to fight off some pitches and then get a ball out of the zone, showing discipline, not chasing. And again, it comes back down to your mentality, understanding that, okay, they got you on that pitch, but you have to continue to challenge these hitters. Like you said, Ben, you got to continue to really suffocate the zone, even in these types of counts where maybe at times you're being a little too fine.
Horn is at 38 pitches already, and this has been, when Horn has struggled, this has been the issue, is the pitch count early in starts. The first one on the way is outside, ball 1 to Murphy. 1-1 tie, Michigan State threatening again on Ty Horn. I think it's only a matter of time before we see some bodies head down to that bullpen. First and second. Horn to the belt. Here's the pitch. Ball 2. And you just don't have the luxury of waiting around in a game like this. Back to the top of the order with McKay after this at bat, and another mound visit going to be spent here for Nebraska, and there the bodies go. Not sure why they just didn't do that when Childress came out. You have to burn another mound visit, and the Huskers going to go try to get some help of Ty Horn if needed here in the top of the second inning. You'd like to see him battle his way through this, but he's making life pretty difficult on himself by walking 2 hitters and then also now falling behind a 188 hitter in the 9th spot. 2 balls, no strikes.
And Ben, those are 2 pitches that have been off the mark the most in this start so far. And after he was able to work ahead of pretty much every hitter he's seen, this is the first time he's really fallen behind and missed badly.
Here's the 2-0. 3-0. And some frustration setting in from the Husker faithful. The 3-0. Walked them loaded. And this has disaster written all over it for Ty Horn. He needs to straighten it out here. The jackets just now being shed. Tucker Timmerman and Caleb Clark feverishly getting warm in that Husker bullpen. But Horn's got at least 1, maybe 2 more batters to face. And now the top of the order, and Ryan McKay, who smoked the line drive single off of him his first time around. And I think they just called a balk.
Yep, they did. He was out of the windup. I think he stepped off on the wrong foot.
Will Bolt is incredulous with David Condon. Mike Fichter was the one who called the balk at first base.
Yeah, there was time. Hogan Eligzo comes up calling time. And that's unfortunately what Ty Horner's reacting to.
Second and third, 2-1 Spartans after the balk. The pitch to McKay. Ball one in the dirt.
I think Ty Horn thought there was time. He stepped off out of the windup.
The 1-0. Pulled sharply foul. First base side, 1-1. This is all self-inflicted. You've got to find a way to limit the damage. The pitch. Chopper to the right side, going to score a run. Brumbaugh underhands to first. 3-1 Michigan State on the ground out from McKay. So the balk has directly resulted in 2 runs here in the inning. And now Seymour with one more runner on base.
Third baseman, number 35, Randy Seymour.
This is getting upside down in a hurry for Horn in the second inning. Seymour dropped down a sac bunt his first time. First pitch to him is 3/4 swing and no contact on a pitch down, 0-1. 3-1 Michigan State. They do not have a hit in this inning. The pitch. Away with a curve. 1-1. Horn nearing 50 pitches. The pitch. Swing and a miss on a fastball up. Not the best approach from Randy Seymour, who has seen a guy struggle with command. He's chased 2 out of the strike zone. And Horn has him ahead 1-2. Here's the pitch. Good block by Heligso on that one that skipped in front of the plate. That holds the base runner over at third. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Horn trying to put a cap on the top of the second inning. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strikeout ends the inning, but a frustrating top of the second for Horn and the Huskers. Michigan State scores 2 runs on no hits. There was a balk, 3 walks, and a runner left on base through an inning and a half here in Omaha. Michigan State 3, Nebraska 1 on the Huskers Radio Network.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
No need to hunt around for friendly service, low prices, quality products, and great experiences. You'll find it all with the local experts, Sapp Brothers Petroleum. If you're tired of tracking down another late delivery, it's time to consider Sapp Brothers, where we pride ourselves on delivering products on time or even ahead of schedule, with your safety our top priority. Switching is easy. Just shoot us an email or get us a call. And right now, when you contact Sapp Brothers for any of your fuel, propane, or lubricant needs, you'll be entered to win a guided pheasant hunt next fall. Visit sappbros.net/Huskers.
Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification on the Huskers Radio Network.
Hands on the wheel, head in the game. The driver has one job: to drive. This message from the NDOT Highway Safety Office. So a balk leads to 2 runs for Michigan State. They give Joseph Jerwa a 2-run cushion after Nebraska had evened up the game in the bottom of the first. Huskers will go back at it here in the bottom of the second, trailing 3-1.
Frustrating inning there for Horn. 3 walks to the 7, 8, 9 hitters. Just can't do it. And Michigan State ends up only plating 2, which feels a bit like a gift. And one of those runs came home on a questionable balk call, depending on where you're looking. Huskers will counter here in the second with Sanderson, Jeske, and Bolin. Left-on-left matchup for Sandy to start the bottom of inning number 2. First pitch from Jerwa. Called strike, outside corner, 0-1. And that was 4 inches off the plate. David Condon says that's good enough for me, 0-1. Husker fans letting the home plate umpire have it. The 0-1. Low, near the ankles of Sandy with a breaking ball, 1-1. Sanderson batting .306 on the year. Jerwa to the belt, and the 1-1 in the dirt, 2-1. Mentioned this in the first inning with Jerwa. He works from the stretch, but he also, like so many lefties these days, has that front lead foot almost all the way touching the rubber, the other side of the rubber. The 2-1. Called strike, outside corner, 2-2. So Sanderson's basically looking at the back of Jerwa when he comes set. So then on the delivery, that long arm kind of whips all the way across his body with that deception. The 2-2 in the dirt. Good leave, full count.
It closes off what you can typically see from most pitchers, and that's why Will Bolt talking about in the pregame, you just have to have that focal point on the release point and nothing else.
3 balls, 2 strikes on Sandy. Here's the pitch. Sprayed off to the left and out of play. Good AB from 14 here to start the bottom of the second. Huskers in a 2-run hole, 3-1. Michigan State plates 2 in the top half of this inning without hitting the ball out of the infield. Jerwa comes set. And the 3-2. Chopper to the right side. Over is the second baseman. He goes down to the ground to field it. McKay throws to first for the out. It was a pitch that was right down the middle, but Sanderson able to only pull it on the ground. He hit it pretty hard, but the top spinner was grabbed by the second baseman. And the 3-2 count, there you go, Nick. 3-2 count Nebraska's way. They walk him. 3-2 count Michigan State's way. They get an out.
And you did part of the job putting the ball in play. We said you continue to put the ball in play, at the very least, if it's on the ground, and force Michigan State to make good plays. And there you go. Ryan McKay made a great play.
Now Will Jeske, the designated hitter. Boy, what a day he had on Saturday against Purdue. First pitch on the way. Outside, 1-0. Jeske had 4 hits. Nearly had 5 when a double, sure double, off the wall, missed by about 3 feet. The 1-0. Jeske cues one off the end of the bat and rolls in front of the Michigan State dugout, 1-1.
Well, hitters like Will Jeske against Jerwa is what you like as far as his ability to attack early in accounts. That is something that Will Jeske, he is not overly patient. If he sees something early, he's going after it.
He's got a 1-1 count here. Jerwa offers. Jeske fouls one off the gear of the catcher to the backstop, 1-2. You just see how hard he is to barrel up. Huskers have had a lot of foul balls against him just like that, just getting a piece of them. And he's got another Husker down in the count at 1-2. Jerwa to the belt. The pitch. Jeske sprays one through the right side. A base hit on a line drive. Good piece of hitting from Ski. That was 3 inches off the outside corner. He just goes with it to right field, and the Huskers with their third hit on Jerwa.
And that again tells you, I just think the overall improvement that Will Jeske has made from being an aggressive early in the count contact hitter to a guy that if he gets down in the count can adjust his swing, let the ball travel a little bit in the zone, and just attack the outer half. And that, as you mentioned, Ben, that was just a protection swing, but able to get enough barrel on it and shoot it through the right side.
Robbie Bolin in next. Left on left for him as well. Jerwa brings it in. Bolin takes a breaking ball. Called strike. That was more the overhand curve at the knees of Bolin. 0-1. Robbie batting .292. 3-1 Spartans. We're in just the second inning. Here's the pitch. Bolin taps one first base side, just foul. First base as it rolls into that first base side, right field side, foul territory. Now Robbie down in the count, no balls, 2 strikes.
In these situations, Ben, Robbie's had the challenge, you could say, of when pitchers in this situation like to elevate the fastball. He has a tough time laying off of it. Got to be mindful of that.
Jerwood to the belt, and the 0-2. Another chopper to the right side, just foul again under the glove of Bush at first. Huskers have done a decent job protecting with 2 strikes against Jerwa. Obviously, Jeske just punched the single through to right there. DC fought a couple of pitches off before fouling out. They're not giving in early in counts with 2 strikes. See if Bolin can keep that going. The 0-2 sprays this one off to the left and out of play. That was fastball center cut, and that's why the frustration on Robbie's face after fouling that one off to the left. He knew Jerwa maybe made a mistake right there at 0-2.
Yeah, really nothing has been a quick count other than the strikeout to Overbeek. I mean, go back to Case Anderson, full count, where he grounded out, and a really good play by McKay.
The 0-2. Good take. There goes Jeske on a delayed steal. The throw is high, and they call him out. That was bang, bang. Huskers waste no time calling for a challenge. The throw got to the bag about the same time Jeske did, and it even took the shortstop up in the air to catch it. And I thought from up here, it looked like Jeske maybe got under the tag.
Yeah, get another look at this now. And
he just got him on the shoulder.
He clipped him right on the shoulder blade, that left shoulder blade, before he gets to the bag. So this will be looked at, but I don't think this is going to be overturned.
Yeah, this will take one look at it. And I saw the same thing Nebraska did. And here's the unfortunate part, Nick. McKay had to go up to catch that. And as he came down right on the shoulder of Jeske.
Yep.
Like he didn't need to move that glove coming down. And that's a huge break for Michigan State because he has no control of where to put that tag as he comes back down to the ground. I think this call's going to stand. Jeske's going to be out, but I think that's kind of a break there for Michigan State. That wasn't a good throw really at all, and just a great athletic play from Murphy at short.
Yeah, that's it right there. Is Murphy makes the play of first of all securing it before that ball possibly airmails into center field, and you got all kinds of problems if you're Michigan State. But he snares that one, and then just trying to put a tag to see if he could possibly draw contact, and it just so happens that as his glove comes down, he gets it in the perfect spot, and really the only spot that's probably exposed that he's going to be able to make contact with the leather.
That's just really bad luck.
And I like the idea. I like getting the base runner moving. You're trying to constantly put some pressure. You're
they did. They forced the bad throw with the delayed steal, and Jeske, there's no way for him to know to take that slide to the right side of the bag. He's just trying to get there as quickly as he can. But if he were to hook slide or happen to slide on the center field side of the bag, he's easily safe because there's no way for Murphy to get that tag on his shoulder. It's just a really unlucky break that as gravity took the shortstop back down, it took him right into the shoulder of Jeske.
But the idea of being aggressive on the base path, you're working long counts with Jura, which is a great thing. And you hope that will continue, even if you're not getting the results early, that will pay off in the long run. But also trying to get some different looks, different pressure. And we talked about really putting the pressure on this defense, forcing them to make plays. And unfortunately, Dayton Murphy, the middle infield in this inning has been really big for Michigan State. Ryan McKay making a great play on Case Anderson's ground ball. In this case, Dayton Murphy keeping a ball from going to center field, and just so happened to coming down, making the tag before Will Jeske can slide in safely.
Any idea why it's taken him this long?
I have
It took
no
us
clue.
both one look to see the tag, unless
the camera well's in the parking lot.
Either that, or unless they had a view from the back side of the bag that maybe made it look a little bit closer. But to us, it looked like he was clearly out.
Here they come. Yeah, I just can't imagine there was anything there that would overturn it.
Rolling on the field is upheld. The runner is out. Nebraska
Upheld, so not confirmed, which meant the call on the field determined the outcome of that challenge. So they were clearly seeing something that we weren't, but the call's going to stand regardless. And now base is empty and a 1-2 count for Bolin. Jerwa to the belt. And the pitch. Chopper first base side, again just foul. He's had 3 of those in this plate appearance. These high bouncers just to the wrong side of the line. Or in our case, the right side of the line, because I think they're easy outs for the first baseman. But Bolin able to stay alive. 3-1 Sparty. We're in the bottom of the second. Jerwa to the belt. The pitch. Another foul off to the left. Good job by Bolin, although another fastball that was center cut. Bolin able to foul it off. Well, if you're looking for the silver lining, Nick, Jerwa's thrown over 20 in both the first and now the second innings.
Yeah, these are long at bats, and again, Nebraska is they're getting contact. It's just some of those ones, as you mentioned, that have been middle that they've missed on. You want to straighten those out.
Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball, slow roller past the mound. Tough play, McKay Fields. Throws, and out at first on a bang play. And this is the misfortune of that challenge, is Nebraska's not going to spend their second one here in the inning. You just can't afford to do it. And, of course, we're not going to get to see a replay here. Maybe as we come back from break, we'll take a look at it. But that's going to end the inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, nobody left for the Huskers after 2. Michigan State 3, Nebraska 1. This is Big Red Baseball.
This is the sound of grilling season. It's time to get back to cookouts, to gathering with friends and family, and making memories. And with Hy-Vee's lower prices on thousands of items all over the store, you can still get the best quality meat and everything else you need for your barbecues at prices that will make you smile. Get back to grilling for less, with a little help from Hy-Vee.
It's employee pricing with the Ford crew.
Employee pricing across a full lineup.
Fun fact, Hank, Ford assembles the most vehicles in the country.
Another fun fact, everyone pays what we pay.
So, you get employee pricing. You get employee pricing. You get employee pricing.
Sam.
Yeah?
Everyone gets employee pricing.
You get employee pricing.
Now get employee pricing available across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Employee pricing, you pay what we pay. Only from your local Ford dealer.
When you think office solutions, think Eeks. With locations across Nebraska, let Eeks provide solutions for your business. Office supplies, cleaning supplies, copiers, printers, technology solutions, and furniture. Visit Eeks.com. New pitcher for Nebraska is Tucker Timmerman. Ty Horn, just 2 innings here in his start. Timmerman going to come in and pitch for the 10th time. 2-1 record, ERA of 5.93. That line kind of got messed up in his last outing against Purdue. He's pitched 27 1/3, allowed 27 hits, 20 runs, 18 earned, 9 walks, and 24 strikeouts. Opposition batting .255 against Tucker Timmerman. And Nebraska is in a deficit of 3-1 in the top of the third. And here for the next couple, my broadcast partner, Nick Hanley.
All right, thank you, Ben. It will be the heart of the order, 3-4-5 for Michigan State. Here in the top of the third, enjoying that 2-run lead. Ben mentioned Tucker Timmerman's last outing, not one to remember if you're 32. It was just 2 innings, 6 hits, 8 earned runs in that outing. Before that, he was spectacular in that Friday night start against Michigan, going 7 innings in his first Friday night start. And since coming back from injury, Tucker Timmerman has been largely effective. There was question, would he be the starter tonight? Well, you're going to see him in a situation where he has to pretty much hit the reset for this Nebraska team, trailing by 2. So Bush looks at a first pitch in there for strike 1. Sam Bush, RBI double back in the first. 15 home runs for the Michigan State first baseman on the year. The 0-1 offering. Outside, 1-1. I mentioned not only Sam Bush, who has had tremendous power numbers for Michigan State, slugging .590. Just a big guy at 6'5", 240 as well. 1-1 offering. Misses away, 2-1. You're going to see this type of urgency from every seed 5 through 12 when it comes to the pitching situation. 2-1 on the way. Breaking ball swings and misses, 2-2. Now the pull side shift will be applied. Joshua Overbeek will move from third base over towards second base as Caden Brumbaugh plays in shallow right field. 2-2 pitch. And that one's spoiled off to the left in the second deck. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes here on Sam Bush. Husker outfield alignment pretty normal. This one popped foul just behind the backstop. Right in front of section 214 if you're familiar with Charles Schwab Field here. Game number 3. Day 1 of the Big Ten tournament. 2-2 again. Popped up in the shallow center field. Calling everyone off is Dylan Carey from short. Makes the catch into the outfield grass for the first out. That'll bring up Caleb Berry, the DH. Struck out 0 for 1 tonight. More action tomorrow. 3 games starting at 10 a.m. It's a 10 a.m., 2 p.m., 6 p.m. schedule. The fact that we started this one at 6:23 is still a pretty solid victory. Usually you get so far behind. First pitch fastball in there for strike 1. Illinois, Michigan went extra innings. That pushed the Rutgers-Indiana game back a half hour. 0-1 offering in there, strike 2. 0-2 here on Caleb Berry. Berry entering the game, a .310 hitter for Sparty. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Just got a piece of that one. Slow roller up the middle, glove by Brumbaugh. Fires over to first in time. Great play by Caden Brumbaugh at second. Was motoring to get to that ball. It was hit about 67 off the bat. Just got past Tucker Timmerman on the mound. So Caden Brumbaugh fielding the second base position. Very good in that play. 2 quickly recorded here in the top of the third. Here's Nick Williams. Michigan State left fielder. Williams, a .308 hitter for Michigan State. First pitch, breaking ball on the inner half for strike 1. So, Tucker Timmerman has been getting that first pitch over for his strike. Now to all 3 hitters he has faced this inning. There's a chopping ground ball down the third base line, just foul. So now it's 0-2 again. Now to Nick Williams here. Also had Caleb Berry at 0-2. Timmerman. Set at the belt. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2-3 inning for Nebraska and for Tucker Timmerman. As we go to the bottom of the third, score remains Michigan State 3, Nebraska 1. Here on the Huskers Radio Network.
Husker fans, it's game day, and Pizza Hut's got your perfect play. Score the game day special for just $29.99. Get 2 medium 3-topping pizzas, 8 boneless wings, and 5 breadsticks. Enough to feed 8 hungry fans. Pizza, wings, breadsticks, and more. It's the ultimate lineup to fuel your game day. Check out the full menu online at pizzahut.com or in store. Because remember, no one out-pizzas the Hut.
To be a part of Nebraska medicine
Hi, welcome.
is to be a part of something extraordinary.
Nebraska Medicine, how may I help you?
Because these are the doors that open doors.
How are you?
To growth and opportunity for each other and for our community.
That went really well.
For those who know that the academic experience,
You know what? I agree.
the life experience that you get here is beyond what you can get anywhere else. And that's exactly why here is where you belong. Join us at nebraskamed.com/careers. Nebraska Medicine. Together, extraordinary.
Stay healthy and active with natural chiropractic care. Chiropractic is safe and effective for all ages. It's proven to treat pain, improve mobility, and prevent injury. Stay active with chiropractic. Good job, Tucker Timmerman, straightening things out in the top of the third. And now we'll see what Nebraska can do again against Jerwa. Got a couple of base runners against him so far and scored a run, but still chasing 2 runs.
43 pitches thrown by the lefty for Michigan State. It'll be 9-1-2 due up for Nebraska. Hogan Eligzo will lead it off for the Huskers. He'll get his first look here at Jerwa. As Ben mentioned, he's had a little bit of traffic, has had to battle through some lengthy at-bats. So Nebraska, one batter away from their second trip through the order. We'll see if that can lead to some success. Huskers getting some contact and trying to put some pressure here on this Michigan State defense in that lefty. Eligzo entering at 196 here on the year. The senior out of Elkhorn. First pitch from Jerwa. Swing and a miss on the off speed. Eligzo, 2 home runs on the year. Had one against Oregon State and then had one in the Michigan series on game number 2 against the Wolverines. Tied the game up in that particular game. There's a little chopper on the left side. Great job by Randy Seymour smothering the ball. He fires over to first in time. And my goodness, we said this Michigan State team, their defensive numbers are not good. We're talking right around 274th best. And they have made some great defensive plays, and that can be the Joseph Jerwa effect. You just feel more confident when your guy is going. And so far, his teammates have not let him down. That was a good play by the third baseman, Randy Seymour. So back to the top of the order. Here's Riley Silva. Led the game off with a double. 1-for-1. He came around and scored in the first. Shows bunt, pulls back on a pitch that's low and outside. Silva now on the year, hitting .284. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball down the middle, 1-1. Riley Silva got his third double of the season. Had just his first extra base hit in that Michigan series 2 weeks ago. That was on a Friday night that drove in a run. And that tight contest that Nebraska ended up winning and set the tone in that series. 1-1 pitch, shows bunt, and bunts right over it. Misses in the glove of Noah Bright. It's 1-2. Riley Silva, as always, good speed. Drove the ball to left center and did so impressively in that first at bat. Checks his swing, they'll appeal and say, yes, he did go around. So that is a strikeout. Boy, I thought Riley Silva held the barrel back. That's not a great call down by the third base umpire, Grady Smith, in my opinion. It looked like Riley Silva held it back.
Yeah, that's awful. That's really bad. Like, that wasn't, we've got a great vantage point up here, and it wasn't close. Grady Smith blew that one, and with that, 100 strikeouts on the year for Jerwa.
100 strikeouts. Just his second this game. I say just his second because in previous starts, when he has been in the third inning of work, he's usually doubled that number. So here's Joshua Overbeek with 2 outs. There's a sharply hit ground ball to the third baseman, Randy Seymour, where he gloves it, and a quick throw over to first, picked out well by Sam Bush. My goodness, Michigan State cannot do anything wrong defensively. A hard hit ground ball off the bat of Joshua Overbeek, but he grounds out to Randy Seymour. Husker Baseball postseason brought to you by Pizza Hut. Make it a Pizza Hut day. Huskers go down in order 1, 2, 3 as we played 3 at Charles Schwab Field at the Big Ten tournament. Score remains Michigan State 3, Nebraska 1. This is Big Red Baseball.
Plungers and store-bought chemicals can only go so far and can harm your drains. Call the professionals at John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electrical to get your drains flowing. We won't only make sure the clog is taken care of, but we will ensure your drains are completely clean so the clog will not come back. Give John Henry's a call today.
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
And Electrical.
Huskers fans, switch to solar and save big. With J-Tech, you'll score $500 off any solar installation, a free energy analysis, and a free monitoring system to keep your home running like a champion. Plus, knock it out of the park with a 30% tax credit when you bundle solar with a metal roof. Book your free energy analysis today. Call 402-261-3682 or visit yourexteriorexperts.com. J-Tech Construction and Solar. Husker powered.
Tax credits are subject to eligibility and IRS regulations. We recommend consulting with a qualified tax professional to confirm your eligibility. We are not accountants or tax advisors.
Husker Baseball brought to you in part by your Midwest Ford dealers. Visit buyfordnow.com for all your truck, SUV, and electric vehicle needs. Man, Nebraska not getting a lot of breaks here so far in this one. A overbeak rocket right to the third baseman, nearly knocked him over. And he buried the throw. And how about the pick from Bush at first? I think he had his eyes closed, and the ball somehow found its way into the mitt, and he stayed on the bag.
Yeah, that was the thing I was going to say. Maybe the most impressive thing is he stayed on the bag during that when he had to stretch out for it. This is a Michigan State overall fielding team that has not fielded at a high clip. But as we mentioned, they are making plays behind their ace tonight. Here's we've reached the fourth inning. 3-1 game in favor of Michigan State. Be 6, 7, 8 up for Michigan State. Noah Bright, the catcher, will lead things away as he shoots one foul off to the right out of play. Bright flew out to Robbie Bolin back in the second inning. Tucker Timmerman, 4 batters he's faced. First pitch has been there for a strike. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball just misses in. 1 ball, 1 strike on Noah Bright. Tuck will utilize that sinker as well. It's a weapon for him. Reducing weak contact. This one fouled back to the screen, 1-2. Run the fastball, 90-91. Use a curveball, the changeup, but it's the sinker. That's his money pitch. Long look in. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball away, 2-2. Noah Bright, 287 on the year for Michigan State. This is that part of the lineup that you have to attack if you're on the mound for Nebraska. 2-2 pitch. That one's fouled back to the Husker dugout. We'll do it again. So Michigan State will have just 1 day rest before they go back at it Thursday night. They will be the first opponent for Oregon, top seed and the Big Ten regular season champions. 2-2 pitch. That one misses just low. Now it's 3-2 here on Noah Bright. And much like Ty Horn earlier in his start, able to work ahead. Michigan State battling back and working it full. Payoff pitch. Called strike 3. Right down the middle. Not sure what Noah Bright was looking for. I mean, that thing was served up middle. Froze him for the first out of the inning. The second strikeout for Tucker Timmerman. Here's Parker Pico, the right fielder. He was the first of 3 consecutive walks in the second inning. An inning that got Michigan State 2 runs with the ball not leaving the infield. He scored on the balk from third. First offering, breaking ball in there, strike 1. So 5 batters, 5 first pitches in there for strike 1. Timmerman, from the initial look, it appears he starts from the stretch, but it's just a little bit more side wind up, if you will. This one misses inside, 1-1. From where he is right now, it looks like the stretch. Missed away, 2-1. But gets that leg around just enough that that's his normal wind-up delivery. 2 balls, 1 strike here on Parker Pico with 1 out here in the top of the 4th. The pitch. This one's hit through the center for a base hit. Hard hit ball, 95 off the bat for Parker Pico. The first hard hit ball since Tucker Timmerman has been in. And really, you have to go all the way back to the first when McKay and Sam Bush had some pretty solid line shots in that inning. So 1 on, 1 out for the 8-hole hitter, JT Sokolov. Sokolov also walking and scoring for Michigan State back in the 2nd. Right-handed hitter will get his first look here at Tucker Timmerman. Tuck now from the letters. First offering. Misses away, 1-0. Nebraska with the 2 days off before their next game. They do have the luxury with the arms in the bullpen and being able to possibly bring guys back if need be. 1-0 pitch. There's a little tapper foul. Just got out in front of Haligzo, but off the foot, 1-1. As Will Bolt mentioned in the pregame, Drew Christo only appeared once in West Lafayette. Got a pretty well-rested bullpen. But going to fire all the bullets you can in this game. As you talked about, 5 through 12, you've got to win that first game if you want any chance to advance to the semifinals. 1-1 pitch. Change up just off the plate. 2-1. Not a bad pitch there by Tucker. It was Indiana losing to Rutgers in the game before us, 5-0, and then earlier Michigan goes down in extra innings to Illinois. Quick throw back over to first. Pico in there safely. So essentially, those two teams' season is over. They'll still play another game here in Omaha, but that's what you're looking at unless you're a top 4 seed. Because the tiebreaker goes to the higher seed. The pitch. There's a chopper, slow chopper over to third. Overbeek's only play at first. He gets it over there in time. Runner does advance to second, but they're 2 away. A solid defensive play there by Joshua Overbeek. That'll bring up shortstop Dayton Murphy. Murphy also walking, was stranded in the 2nd. Told you about the defensive play that Murphy made on Will Jeski's delayed steal. We've seen solid play from second, short, and third so far in this game for Michigan State. First pitch. Little sinker right there for strike 1. Pico leads away from second here with 2 away in the top of the 4th. 3-1 in favor of Michigan State. Timmerman set of the letters. The 0-1 offering. Fastball on the outside, Black 0-2. So Tucker Timmerman doing a good job of challenging this Spartan lineup so far in this appearance. Out of the bullpen. 0-2. Kicks and fires. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. And a beautiful sinker. Jelly legs Dayton Murphy. And for Michigan State, no runs off 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Score remains Michigan State 3, Nebraska 1 on the Huskers Radio Network.
Hey, son, can you hand me that vice grip?
As any farmer or rancher knows, having the right tools in the toolbox is important. That goes for your ag lending as well. If you're considering expansion, restructuring debt, or purchasing equipment, call Dakota Mac. We have a toolbox full of lending solutions to help you with your ag financing needs.
Hi, it's Boyd Minray from Dakota Mac. Call me at 402-463-4637. Learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
Nebraskans are choosing chiropractic for better health.
Why chiropractic? Because it's safe, drug-free, and a cost-effective treatment option for back and joint pain. Plus, all generations can benefit from natural chiropractic care. Choose chiropractic first for pain relief or to improve your mobility, athletic performance, or overall wellness. Make chiropractic your first choice for better health and find a chiropractic physician near you at NEBRASKAchiropractic.org. Get your life back with chiropractic.
The Lincoln Airport's the official airport of the Huskers. Book your tickets at goflylnk.com. Nebraska needs to piece some things together offensively here. We knew it wouldn't be easy tonight against Jerwa. 50 pitches through 3. I think you're overall pleased with that. I think the 3 hits, you're probably pleased with that, averaging 1 per inning. But the problem is you're down 3-1. And you have to continue to try to grind away at this tall left-hander.
The second inning, the free passes, and then the balk have been the difference in this one so far. Nebraska, who was down 1-0 after the first, they even it up. Riley Silva led it off with a double. He was driven in by Gabe Swanson on a sacrifice fly. But then those 2 runs with 3 walks and a balk that led to Michigan State's 2, and that's where we are in this one. So it'll be 3-4-5. Caden Brumball leads it off here in the bottom of the 4th for Nebraska. Swings and misses at the first pitch he sees on a fastball elevated. Brumball had that very unique single, infield single that took a interesting hop right on the front of the first base bag. Off speed, missed just low. 1 ball, 1 strike on Caden Brumball. So Brum officially 1 for 1, hitting .310. 67 hits on the 2025 season. There's a changeup in there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Brumball, for the most part of the season, led Nebraska in multiple offensive categories. One of the more consistent hitters of the bunch. Going to have to battle here. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Blew a fastball right by him at 94. And so you hope, but it appears all of a sudden Joseph Jerwa is starting to really settle in. Just as we talked about in the pregame, that's his 3rd strikeout recorded. His 2nd, though, in 2 innings.
And that's what you said, Nick. You gettable early a lot of times is the case. And once they find their groove, it's hard to throw them off the groove.
So here's Gabe Swanson, who drove in Nebraska's only run on a sacrifice fly to right field. Breaking ball low. Swanson, 244, drove in RBI number 40. Which leads Nebraska with runs driven in here on the season. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Just got a piece of that one off the mitt of Noah Bright. It's 1-1.
And that's just it right there. I mean, Nebraska's had 4 or 5 of those pitches that have just been center cut, and they haven't done enough with them. And Coach Bolt talked about that with us in the pregame. When he makes a mistake, you've got to find a way to hit it hard somewhere.
You have to be on time, and Gabe Swanson just a split second late. Here's the 1-1 pitch. This one is poked into right field, elevated, long run in for Parker Pico. Now gets under it and makes the catch just in the nick of time for the 2nd out. Got to bring up Dylan Carey. Carey flew out to the 3rd baseman, Randy Seymour, to close out the 1st inning. Dylan Carey, another one of those Nebraska hitters we've seen batting average surge. They're close to 300. Entered the game at 296, now at 294. DC, who's been one of the better extra base hitters for Nebraska. First pitch, fastball, high and inside. The spin on the fastball, too, as Will Bolt talked about in the pregame, is so unique. 1-0 pitch, missed inside. Now 2-0. Get a little vertical motion, some horizontal motion. We've talked about where he sets up throwing essentially across his body. Here's the 2-0. Swing and a miss. Took something off of it. 2-1. And you would think when you have a big lefty with the size that Jerwa has, a lot of comparisons to Randy Johnson, but he throws across his body a little more whip-like that you can compare it to Chris Sale. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. There's another fastball. Pretty much center cut. So now Dylan Carey going to have to battle. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Nebraska trailing by 2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Foul back, just below us, out of play. But yeah, when you look at Jerwa's size, 6'8", 220. But for a lot of lefties or righties that have that type of length, by the time they're setting that foot down, that front foot down, or reaching for, they're cutting off so much distance. This is misses outside. Now full count here on Dylan Carey.
That's a tough take. That's a changeup riding down and away from you on 2 strikes when he's got you on swing. Let's see if Nebraska can win a 3-2 count.
Jerwa gets his sign, comes set at the belt. The payoff pitch. Poked foul down the first baseline, so Dylan Carey making Jerwa work here. But those guys that really cut down that length between the mound and plate, Jerwa doesn't necessarily do that at his full length. It's more with that across the body. So that's why I would maybe stop short of the comparison to what Randy Johnson would do with that length. Here's a 3-2 again. And that's spoiled again down the Michigan State dugout. So Dylan Carey in a battle here. And if nothing else, you just want to see Jerwa get a little bit out of his comfort zone. And you would think if Dylan Carey could win this battle, it would do exactly that. Here's the 3-2 again. Misses inside. Dylan Carey wins that one in a rare walk allowed here by Joseph Jerwa.
That's an incredible at-bat. He fought off 2 changeups down and away that he was way ahead of, and he tried to sneak an elevated heater by him at 94, and he spit on it. And these are the type of at-bats that don't always churn into runs, but they just grind away at that pitch count. And it'd be nice to see Case followed up with another good AB here.
But again, it takes him a little bit out of rhythm after Jerwa had retired consecutive batters. Breaking ball in there for strike 1. Now you go all the way back to that base hit that Will Jeske had. He had retired 6 straight after that. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball. We'll say he did go around on that. It was low. 0-2. Here on Case Anderson, grounded out to Ryan McKay. It's been mentioned. Hit the ball well, but a great play by the second baseman. 0-2 pitch. That one shot through the left side for a base hit. Good 2-strike hitting there for Case Anderson in Nebraska. With 2 outs now, runners at first and second. That one was in on the hands of Case Anderson, just muscling that one through the left side as they had the pull side shift being played with the defensive alignment. So now Will Jeske, who was able to punch one through the right side, comes up 1 for 1 tonight. And Nebraska, again, seeing some pitches here from Joseph Jerwa. 2 outs, runners at first and second. First pitch to Jeske. Misses away with the changeup.
Base hit here sparks some life back into this crowd. All this done with 2 outs and now a mound visit from the catcher. That was pitch 70 for Jerwa. He's not in horrible shape with the pitch count, but it's not stellar either. He's not going to go CG on Nebraska. They're going to have to go to somebody else at some point. You just want that to be sooner rather than later. And Jeske has 5 hits in his last 6 at-bats, so he's red hot right now. We'll see if he can run into one more, maybe yank a ball down a line. In that case, I think Nebraska might tie this thing.
Now you do have solid speed at second with Dylan Carey moving on contact with 2 outs. Obviously gives you an advantage in the ballpark. And the way that this plays, you could be running for a while if you could find a gap. Breaking ball misses low, 2-0 on Will Jeske. Jeske now in a plus count. And again, this is where you just have to be on time with that pitch you're looking to drive here. Jirwa checks Carey. Here's a 2-0, swing and a miss on a changeup, and that was a gutsy pitch, and Will Jeske wanted something, and he got fooled.
I don't hate it. He's sitting one pitch in one spot on 2-0. He's thrown 3 straight changeups to Jeske.
2-1. Here's the pitch. Chop foul down the third baseline, and leaving it up at 2-2.
And that's how good pitchers get in your head. I mean, 3 straight changeups with first and second. He spits on the first 2. He comes back to it. He speeds him up now with a heater in, and now Jeske has no idea what's coming.
Trusting the hands, trying to battle here at 2-2. The pitch. There's a chopper over the head over the second base. McKay having to rush to make the throw over to first, does so in time. A good defensive play. And that ends the threat here in the bottom of the 4th. No runs off, 1 hit, no errors. 2 big runners left on base. We played 4 here at Charles Schwab Field. Score continues to be the same. Michigan State 3, Nebraska 1. This is Big Red Baseball.
The visitors are sweating now. Bases loaded and stepping up to the plate, the legend herself, Dorothy Lynch. This homegrown Husker's having an MVP season. 100 RBIs already.
Unreal. That's 100 ribs basted in. What a saucy stat.
Talk about versatility. She dominates every plate appearance. Salads, obviously, but also meatballs, pizza, tacos, and wings. Unstoppable. It's deep. It's gone. You can tell these fans are hungry for more.
I got to see my brother get married.
I would have missed my dad's birthday.
Because I wore my seatbelt, I had the privilege of being part of his special day.
I got to go home and see my family again.
Does it click yet?
Brought to you by NDOT Highway Safety Office.
I would have never had the chance to see my daughter become a doctor.
I was able to go to my brother's graduation.
I wouldn't have adopted my first pet.
And then it clicked. My seatbelt saved my life. Does it click yet?
Brought to you by NDOT Highway Safety Office.
Your attention, please. Your Nebraska Lottery has given $1 billion back to our state since 1993. The money has gone to protect the environment, improve education, and maintain the state fair. It's all part of helping build a better Nebraska. Huskers threatening in the bottom of the 4th with 2 outs, but Joseph Jirwa able to escape without any damage. As the score remains Michigan State 3, Nebraska 1. As we move into the 5th inning. Once again, to tell you about it, here's Ben McLaughlin.
Thank you, Nick. Well, in postseason baseball, you have to make plays, and Michigan State's uncharacteristically done that. They haven't made any mistakes tonight defensively. They've had a couple of lucky bounces happen their way defensively, but every play so far has been made. Last one by this guy and Ryan McKay, who has slowly put his handprints on this game. He singled and scored in the first, RBI ground out in the second. And he's probably taken 2 or 3 hits away from Nebraska at second base. TV not ready for baseball, so we'll sit and wait for them.
Leading off the top of the 5th inning for Michigan State, the second baseman, number 1.
Left-handed hitting Ryan McKay back in the box. Top of the order, 3rd trip through for the Spartans. Timmerman's first pitch of the inning misses outside, ball 1. McKay, one of the 2 lefties in the lineup for MSU. Speaking of lefties, Caleb Clark warming in the Husker bullpen. Top of inning number 5. The pitch. Strike at the knees. 1-1. McKay hitting .324 now on the year. Open stance from the left side. Overbeek even with the bag. The pitch. That's outside with a changeup. 2-1. Timmerman goes from the windup to the pitch. Low, 3-1. So Timmerman has fallen behind his first hitter. This is not a guy you want to put on base. The pitch. Sprayed off to the left, heads up. Into the upper tank. It's 3 balls, 2 strikes now on McKay. Tucker has to come over again with the strike. I've had a lot of 3-2 counts tonight, and the Spartans have won most of them. And they've won one more. That pitch misses outside. 11 stolen bases for McKay at first base. 4th walk issued for Husker pitching in just the 5th inning. This is a team outside of 2 or 3 hitters does not scare you offensively. They only hit .267 as a unit. But when you put them on base and fast runners on base, it's going to hurt you. This pitch from Timmerman is swung through by Randy Seymour as a breaking ball away, 0-1. You just cannot afford to be putting guys on base for free. Seymour swinging it well in his last 5 games, batting .300. 3 extra base hits in those 5 games. This pitch, he squares around to bunt here. Bunts it foul, got a piece of his hand, and it rolls up the first baseline. And Seymour's going to first, but he's going to be called back. It's a foul ball. I could hear it from all the way up here. Now Jake Bosch Jr. out to talk to him. I could hear the ball hit the bat from all the way up here. Got him in the fingers. He clearly squared around anyway. I mean, even if it hits him in his hand, he's squaring the bat around. So he offered at the pitch regardless.
Yeah, once you're offering it, it makes contact with either left or right hand, and this one actually got the bottom hand.
They're going to look at it.
I think from the 2 angles I saw, it looked like it clearly got him right on the top of that bottom hand, that left hand. I mean, he's over the plate, he's showing it, and you're giving your body up right there as the ball comes in.
And he offered at the pitch.
Yep, the barrel's around, so there's no coming back on that.
Even if it hits him square, it could have hit him in the chest or the head.
You've offered.
Or you've offered at the pitch. Just like when you swing at a pitch that hits you, it's still a strike. Long conference on the mound.
Was seeing this earlier. I believe it was today. Bennington and Seward in a state tournament game. Bennington had a similar situation. He was awarded the bag, and that led to a tie ball game that Bennington would end up winning. So we've seen this sometimes. Now, obviously, in high school baseball, you don't have a review. Can't take a look at it. But, I don't understand really why this is taking so long. There was no pullback. He was over the zone. I mean, the bat he had offered, he didn't pull that thing back.
Now, why did this take so long?
I have no clue. And now they're going to talk to Will Bolt.
Oh, my God.
Wow, that is awful. Oh, okay.
So what? I missed that. Okay, so they're saying he got hit by the pitch, but he offered at it, which is exactly what we said.
Yeah, it was a hit by a pitch, but he was in the strike zone. When he started, the ruling is a hit by a pitch. You're thinking, wait a minute, what? But then it was hard to hear over the boos on the second part of that explanation, and then you heard
for crying out
90%
loud.
of the fans here that are Nebraska fans cheer.
We've
95.
got our decision. Let's play baseball.
Yeah. Now Tucker Timmerman's having to throw because this has taken a little bit more time than really needs to be. I mean, I know Jake Boss is trying to plead his case, but he saw what everyone in this ballpark saw. Unfortunately, your guy did not be able to pull back. You offered at it, you get hit. I mean, it's pretty black and white right there.
0-2 the count whenever it is that we can resume. McKay's at first. Nobody out for the Spartans. Already leading this game 3-1. Already in the middle innings here. So Timmerman ready for the 0-2. Here it is. Breaking ball down and away. Aggressive secondary lead for McKay at first. You get the sense that he's also getting impatient, ready to maybe set sail for second. Elixo's going to need to be ready. Ball and 2 strikes on Seymour. Timmerman set, pick over to first. This has completely ruined any rhythm Tucker had out there on the mound. Going to try and lock it back in here. 3-1, Michigan State, top of the 5th. The pitch. Strike 3, outside corner. Seymour caught looking at it. That's the 3rd backwards K for Timmerman, his 4th overall. Now a big challenge in front of him with Sam Bush.
Well, and a good bounce back there from Tucker Timmerman. I say bounce back, you walk, you lose that battle with Ryan McKay, and then you have that delay taking place there, kind of knock you off rhythm a little bit.
Bush piped a gap with a double his first time up. Another pick over to first. I think everybody's sensing it's only a matter of time before McKay sets sail for second. Bush popped up to short his last time. He is a .292 hitter. He had a monster series against USC a couple of weeks ago. Pitch here just misses off the corner, ball 1. McKay, good lead at first. Timmerman holds. The pitch. Breaking ball ripped to second. Brumbaugh has it. The throw back to first is late. There was a line shot off the bat of Bush right at Brumbaugh. McKay reads the line drive off the bat well and is able to get back to first. That's the hardest hit ball we've seen from a Spartan all night. And 2 outs for Caleb Berry. So a little bit of an exhale there for Timmerman, and now Berry with a right-on-right matchup. Throw skips into Sanderson at first. Wouldn't be a bad time to try a stolen base if you're Michigan State. McKay extending his lead. He's got a huge lead at first. Timmerman's pitch, there he goes. Pitch is swung at, popped up right side. Sanderson gives it a look. He's near the camera well and runs out of space. And it's 0-1, and McKay will head back to the bag. You could just see it coming. He was ready to go. 3-1 Spartans. We're in the 5th. Berry, a .306 hitter. Open stance from the right side. Pick over to first again. McKay's got the Timmerman move dialed in. Tucker to the letters. Here's a pitch. Not going this time. Pitch is up and in and got a piece of Berry. Wasn't that bad of a pitch, but Berry was crowding the plate and he rode in and got him on the arm.
I'm looking at. Okay, yeah, it caught. I had to see that a second time because the initial review looked like it got right over him. It was close, but yeah, it did look like it clipped that right bicep just barely.
Got to find a way to keep it here. Williams is 0 for 2, but capable bat in the box. First pitch from Timmerman. Breaking ball swung at. Good cut. He fouled it straight back to the netting on a hanging breaking ball. 0-1. Williams with 17 extra base hits this year. Great speed on the bases for the Spartans. Timmerman set. Here's the pitch. Slow tapper, third base side. Tough play, Overbeek fields, and has to put it in his pocket. Swinging bunt up the third baseline, and now the Spartans have them loaded.
Yeah, probably the right idea there for Joshua Overbeek. As aggressive as he plays that position, everything about you wants to at least try to attempt to throw over there, but he took one look and saw where Nick Williams was down the line. You don't want to risk anything, fire anything into foul territory, and runs continue to pour in here. So now you have another shot. Try to get the hitter, get out of it. Infield can play it where it takes him with 2 outs.
Huge moment here in this game in the 5th. Bases loaded for Michigan State. Timmerman throws the ball away. Tried to pick off the second. Nobody's there, and the run scores. He stepped off with the back foot. Nobody was covering the bag. Tucker tried to hold it at the last second. The ball slipped out of his hand, rolled over to shortstop. And Nebraska has just put 3 runs in this game in a cardboard box. They've wrapped it up with gift wrap. They've put bows on it, and they've shipped it to East Lansing. They have just handed Michigan State this 3-run lead. And Rob Childress out to talk to the Husker infield and battery.
I mean, you're talking about that right there. I can honestly say, in the many years of calling this game, coaching, or even playing as you have too, Ben, I've never seen that. And then one of the more unusual things that you ever see in a baseball game at any level, a balk. We saw that. I mean, these self-inflicted wounds on the mound, and I get it. It's a 3-run game now. You're thinking it's college baseball. It's the aluminum bats, but you're going up against one of the best pitchers in the country, and you're just gift wrapping him a cushion.
Can't do it. It's the most important game of the year, and you just can't do it.
And you're exactly right. That's exactly what Tucker Timmerman did. He was going to eat it, and at the last moment decided to release it. You're thinking, okay, do I hold my disengagement or not? And you're in between thought, and that's what the result was.
First and second, no pitch to Bright. The pitch home. Missed right on the outside corner, 1-0. And that's the frustrating thing is, I mean, fortunately, Tucker let that go because they probably would have called a balk for not stepping off because he kind of did the spin and throw in one motion. The 1-0. He's thrown 2 strikes to Bright. Both have been called balls. Now he's down 2-0. Things starting to pile up on Nebraska here in the 5th. The 2-0. That's a strike, 2-1. We're tied in hits at 4 apiece, but Nebraska's free passes, balk, and error have completely aided the 3-run cushion for the Spartans. The 2-1. Bouncing ball right side, waiting on it as Sanderson gets a chest-high hop, steps on the bag, that ends the inning. Michigan State scores a run on a hit. There was an error, a walk, a hit by pitch. 2 left. We're halfway through in Omaha. Michigan State 4, Nebraska 1. This is the Huskers Radio Network.
Feel like you're always on the run? Me too. As an independent financial professional, I help all kinds of busy people. Young families planning for college, couples working toward retirement, people securing their legacy. Wherever you are in life, Emeritus can help you get more out of life with insurance, employee benefits, and financial services. You're moving fast. Let's help make sure you're on the path to a fulfilling life. Find your next step at Emeritus.com. Insurance products issued by Emeritus Life Insurance Corp. To be a part of Nebraska Medicine
Hi, welcome.
is to be a part of something extraordinary.
Nebraska Medicine, how may I help you?
Because these are the doors that open doors.
How are you?
To growth and opportunity for each other and for our community.
That went really well.
For those who know that the academic experience,
You know what? I agree.
the life experience that you get here is beyond what you can get anywhere else. And that's exactly why here is where you belong. Join us at nebraskamed.com/careers. Nebraska Medicine. Together, extraordinary.
Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification on the Huskers Radio Network.
One of every 3 fatal crashes in Nebraska involves an alcohol-impaired driver. If you drink, don't drive. Impaired driving is deceptively dangerous. From the NDOT Highway Safety Office, Nebraska, with the self-inflicted wounds, free passes earlier in the game of Bach, and then an error on a pickoff attempt. A ball that was spiked over towards the shortstop side led to another run, so Michigan State increases what was a 2-run lead now into a 3-run lead. It's 4-1 in favor of the Spartans here in the bottom of the 5th.
It'll be, for Nebraska, Robbie Bolin, Hogan Elixo, then the top against Jerwa. Michigan State has Garrett Brewer starting to play catch in the right field bullpen. No urgency whatsoever for him. He's just stretching his arm out just in case. Jerwa has been in control here tonight. Bolin grounded out his first time up. First pitch home. Robbie takes inside, ball 1. (4-1) Michigan State, bottom of the 5th. The 1-0. Bolin takes inside again. 2 balls, no strikes. Brewer, one of the high-leverage bullpen arms for Michigan State, should he pitch next. The 2-0. That's a strike right at the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike on Nebraska right fielder Robbie Bolin. Way in at third is Seymour, expecting a Bolin bunt. The 2-1. Robbie bounces one toward short, charging the shortstop Murphy. Fields throws out at first. That was a changeup to Bolin, and Robbie goes with it to the left side and just pounds it straight into the ground. And Michigan State, again, up to the task defensively, and now Hogan Helixo will try and get something started with 1 out. Nebraska's only run tonight came in the first when they got their leadoff guy on base. Really tough to score against this guy at any time, but especially when you don't get your leadoff guy on. First pitch to Hogan Elixo. Hogan takes a called strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Hogan had a couple base hits in the series against Purdue and West Lafayette. Huskers down 3 runs. The pitch. Off speed, tapped foul. And now Hogan down 0-2. I think Michigan State's more than comfortable leaving Jerwa in the game as long as he's effective. I don't know that pitch count was really going to matter to Jake Boss tonight.
Yeah, I think he's conditioned to be well over 100 as long as he's effective, and he has been.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 very quick outs in the 5th. 4th strikeout for Jerwa. Silva started the bottom of the 1st with that piped gap into left center field for a double. One for 2. Very rung up on a very questionable strike call his last time up. Takes the first pitch fastball here, 0-1. We'll see what Nebraska wants to do in the 6th inning. You've got Christo warming behind Timmerman. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Silva taps one off of his foot, and it rolls near the Michigan State dugout. Now he's down 0-2. That's the other thing. There hasn't been very many counts where Jerwa's fallen behind. Nebraska's done a pretty decent job hitting with 2 strikes, but hitting with 2 strikes and far too many at-bats. Here's the 0-2. Silva dribbles one slowly, first base side, tough play. Pitching is flipping to the pitcher, Jerwa, who tumbles. Silva beats it out. Michigan State's going to review this. That was Silva burning up the line on a slow-rolling ground ball. Bush picked it up and underhanded Jerwa, who stepped on the bag and then kind of did a tumble off the base. Umpires are gathering, and I think we're going to get our first review from the Michigan State side of things.
Jerwa was calling off any medical attention. I think at first they thought, and he stepped kind of awkwardly too. I think his whole foot came down on the bag. They are going to officially challenge us, but usually you're getting the lead part of that foot, that right foot in this case, down on the bag, but he got his entire foot down where it looked like you could have kind of an awkward landing there.
Yeah,
he got it there.
But unfortunately, Nebraska's not going to win this challenge either. This is going to get reversed. Silva's going to be out, and the inning's going to be over. This is shaping up and reminding me a ton of the Big Ten championship game in 2019 when Nebraska played Ohio State, where it just was one of those nights where nothing was going Nebraska's way. All the reviews, all the 50-50 plays, everything was tilting toward the Buckeyes that day. This is what this is feeling like. Jerwa's going to get his way through the fifth. And we'll have our eyes on what Nebraska wants to do and their bullpen in the sixth.
In Nebraska, the unfortunate thing is they know what's at stake. Your season's on the line here. To play for anything significant, you got to win this game. But 16 is, he's a big obstacle. And Nebraska, unfortunately, had some opportunities early on, but he has been as we expected. If you let off the hook, he has been overpowering down the stretch. He's minimized his pitch count. Here come the umpires. This one will be overturned. We'll get the official call from the umpiring crew here.
Huskers are already to take the field.
The ruling on the field will be overturned to an out.
Inning over. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left for Nebraska. We're through 5. Michigan State continues to lead 4-1. This is Big Red Baseball.
At Central Valley Ag, we believe there's room at the table for everyone. And in 2025, the year of the cooperative, we're celebrating the strength of farmers like you. Cooperatives were built by farmers, for the betterment of farmers, working together to create opportunity, stability, and a future for the next generation. Because when we stand together, we grow together. Our planet is hungry. Together, we feed it. Central Valley Ag.
You expect your home to protect everything you love, but you don't expect the ways water is breaking down your basement and damaging your home. Mold, cracks, and of course visible water are just a few signs your basement is compromised. But there's one way to get answers to all your concerns. A free home inspection from Groundworks. We put water back in its place. Get your free inspection at groundworks.com. License number C142293.
Woodhouse has been a trusted partner in your everyday since 1975. Shop for your next vehicle with the home team at Woodhouse, the official auto dealer of Nebraska Athletics. Nebraska going to the bullpen here in the top of the 6th inning to get Drew Christo. He will pitch for Nebraska for the 28th time this year in his senior year. 2-2 record, ERA of 5.65. 43 innings logged this year, 43 hits, 30 runs allowed, 27 earned. He's walked 26 and struck out 42. Opposition batting .264 against Drew Christo in the 6th. The Huskers go quietly 1-2-3 in the 5th. And Nebraska in a 4-1 hole here in the top of the 6th inning. Here again for us is Nick Hanley.
All right, thanks, Ben. Bottom third of the order. Due up for Michigan State here in the 6th. Drew Christo, I mentioned, only one appearance in the weekend against Purdue last Thursday, Friday, Saturday series. He threw on that Thursday game, so Drew Christo locked and loaded, more than rested. He gave up 2 hits and a run in 1 2/3 work against the Boilermakers in that most recent appearance. So it'll be Parker Pico. Parker Pico will lead it off for Michigan State here, the 7-hole hitter. Walked, scored on a balk, singled back in the 4th. So he's 1 for 1 tonight. So Nebraska needing to keep the Spartans off the scoreboard if they want any chance to come back in this one against a very tough Joseph Jerwa. First pitch just misses on the outer half of the fastball, 1-0. Pico, a .265 hitter, 48 hits on the year. This one missing as well, 2-0. Here on Pico. 2-0 offering. This one's popped foul off to our right out of play. 2-1. Michigan State will take on Oregon Thursday night at 6 o'clock. Nebraska will face the Ducks Friday night at 6. 2-1 offering. Breaking ball in there. Strike 2. Interesting format. Got to win this game to make that second one count against the higher seed. Swing and a miss. Took something off that one. Gets the first out. First strikeout for Drew Christo in this appearance. That'll bring up JT Sokolov. Sokolov 0 for 1 tonight. Walked and scored. Grounded out to Overbeek. Sokolov, 254 on the year. 47 hits. He's driven in 22 for Michigan State. Here in his third at-bat of the game. Christo winds and deals. Fastball right down the middle. When you think about a lot of these upperclassmen that remember the success they had here a year ago, but that sense of urgency is billowing in that dugout. A 1 pitch off the plate, 1-1. Nebraska last year lost the first game, had to come back and win 5. That 5th being the Big Ten championship game against Penn State a year ago. Breaking ball. They say he did go around 1-2. Snapped a very impressive looking breaking ball there. Christo peers over that big black glove. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball away. 2-2 here to Sokolov. Nebraska's run was impressive, and then the Cinderella story, the 2-2 pitch, missed inside 3-2. We've seen this a few times tonight. Husker pitcher working ahead, and then Michigan State battling back to work at full. It was that Penn State team that Nebraska beat, though, that really had that Cinderella feel, but Nebraska refusing to let them see that through. Here's the payoff pitch. Missed away, walked him. So a 1-out walk. That'll bring up the 9-hole hitter in Dayton Murphy. And again, Nebraska just not attacking the bottom third of this order the way that Rob Childers would like to see them. Now an offensive timeout going to be taken. Third base coach, Graham Sykes. We'll talk to Dayton Murphy, the shortstop. It's a week that I know, Ben, you'll never forget. And I know a lot of Nebraska fans will never forget, especially after that first game loss. You're thinking, okay, what's it going to look like here going forward? But Nebraska continued to just buck the odds.
Yeah, it was incredible. Unfortunately, this year you don't get that luxury of dropping that first one. And you just hope the pressing doesn't start settling in the plate and right here if you're a pitcher.
Yeah, you're now in the latter part of this game. Everything is amplified, especially when you're trying to chase those runs. First pitch, getting there to Murphy. Strike 1 on the fastball. Murphy 0 for 1 tonight, a strikeout and a walk. A 185 hitter. Got to fill up the strike zone against this one. Christo set at the letters. 0-1 pitch. On the outside corner, showed bunt, pulled back, and it's now 0-2 on Dayton Murphy. Huskers coming in. We told you 5 straight conference series victories. 0-2 pitch, breaking ball away. Good spot on the 0-2. 1-2 on Murphy. But the one game that margin for error in these games so amplified. This one fouled back off to the right. Got a lot of oohs there. I'm not sure if that came close to getting at somebody.
Yeah, the margin for error is none. And unfortunately, it hasn't just given them a run or a 2-1 lead. You're in a 4-1 hole because of it.
Yep. Christo's set. 1-2 pitch, runner takes off. This one shot foul off to the right. It's going to work its way into the seats.
You can't nitpick at the first run they had scored. That was completely legit.
Yep, single, sacrifice, then a double.
Yeah, but after that, it was just that train wreck of a second inning, and then obviously the fifth hurt just as equally.
Mm-hmm. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball called, strike 3. So 2 strikeouts, 2 outs. Here in the 6th for Drew Christo with runner on first. That brings us back to the top of the order, Ryan McKay. McKay has scored twice for Michigan State tonight, singled and scored in the first, then drove in a run in the second, and walked and scored on the errant throw by Tucker Timmerman on a pickoff attempt. 1 for 2 officially tonight with a 2 runs scored and an RBI. First pitch to him, fastball right down the middle. And Ryan McKay, not only what he's done at the plate, but he has played at second base position extremely solidly for Michigan State and behind Joseph Jurwa. There's a tapper third, foul, just by the third base coach. So 0-2 here to Ryan McKay. With about a day late on that swing, just getting a piece of it.
I don't know how he got the bat on that. That thing was almost in the glove of Haligso.
Christo checks Sokolov at first, 0-2. The pitch, high and outside. Good 0-2 spot. Michigan State has played some of their best baseball when their lefty ace has been going. They are playing some good defense behind him. Quick pickoff attempt over to first as Sokolov's in there safely. There's something about when you have your Friday night guy going, but especially when he's got the stuff like Jurwa, you can usually tap into some of your best efforts and best play. There's a swing and a miss as the runner took off. Didn't matter. And 3 strikeouts picked up by Drew Christo to end the inning for Michigan State. No runs off, no hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Michigan State 4, Nebraska 1 on the Huskers Radio Network.
Your next adventure begins at Woodhouse Toyota. Browse our current selection of vehicles and take advantage of current offers going on now. Receive 4.99% APR for 60 months on all 2025 Toyota Tundra inventory. Shop in-store off Highway 281 in Grand Island or online at woodhousetoyota.com. Woodhouse Toyota. Let's go places. With approved credit cannot be combined with Toyota customer cash rebate. Not valid on TRD Pro or Trail Hunter trims. $299 doc fee due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. Offer expires 6/2/2025. See dealer for details.
Being game day ready means bringing the diehard passion, all in, all the time. And now, you can show your Husker pride everywhere you go with the Husker Visa Debit Card, free with FNBO free checking. Gear up, game on, and give it up for the Big Red. Every time you pay, the Husker Visa Debit Card, only at FNBO, the Bank of Husker Nation. Bring it. Get yours today at fnbo.com/Huskers. Member FDIC.
It's game day. Make it Pizza Hut day. Order your favorite pizza, wings, and more from the Hut. Huskers need to get some base runners here to crawl back into this one. Down 4-1 against Big Ten Pitcher of the Year, and he's been living up to that title so far this evening. And Nebraska has 3 runs to chase to get this thing tied.
Huskers will send up 2, 3, 4 here in the bottom of the 6th. Joshua Overbeek will lead it off. His third look at Jerwa, who has been as good as advertised. The stuff hasn't been devastating, but he's filled up the strike zone. He's kept Husker hitters guessing. He's essentially scattered the 4 hits. Only blemish coming in the first inning, where it was a double by Riley Silva, then a base hit by Caden Brumball that went off the first base bag in kind of flukish fashion, and then Gabe Swanson was able to drive in the run on the sacrifice fly to right. And that's Nebraska's offense tonight. Overbeek, 0 for 2. First offering, breaking ball, lone outside. Joshua Overbeek at .299 now on the season. Entering the game as a .303 hitter. He's worked so hard to get that batting average to climb. Has been hot through the month of April and May. This one misses away as well, 2-0. 85 pitches thrown by Jerwa. As Ben mentioned, I tend to agree, it would have to be the ineffectiveness of Jerwa, not necessarily the pitch count, that would get him the pull in this game. Overbeek steps way up in the batter's box now, 2-0. Looks at a breaking ball in there for strike 1. He had that back foot about the middle part of home plate. Front foot was creeping there towards the top of the chalk. Now back to a normal spot. 2-1 pitch, swings and misses at the breaking ball. It's 2-2. Overbeek trying to get a different look moving up that close on just that one pitch at 2-0. Now we'll have to protect a 2-2. Here's the pitch. This one's popped up into shallow right field. Waiting for it is Parker Pico. Now moves in a step, measures it, makes the catch for the first out. Caden Brumball, 1 for 2. Mentioned he had the single that you thought, okay, maybe this could be Nebraska's night. It was just a very odd play between the first baseman, Sam Bush, of not attacking a softly hit ground ball to first base. And before he could put a glove on it, it had caught the front part of the bag and bounced forward, allowing Brumball to reach. First pitch to Brumball, breaking ball's low.
The Huskers have had base runners, but just 4 hits and just 2 since the first.
And now 5 straight retired for Jerwa here. This one's fouled back out of play, 1-1.
And it's just, as we mentioned, unless you're slugging, hitting extra base hits, it's just really hard to score against this guy when your leadoff guy is not on base.
Yep. You got to hope that he gets sideways, and that just really hasn't been the MO, and the stats would back that up here for Jerwa. 1-1 pitch, off the plate, 2-1. Really the only time that he failed to challenge a Husker hitter completely was Dylan Carey, and Carey was fighting off about 3 pitches before he got that ball 4. That's the only free pass given up here by Jerwa. 2-1 pitch. That one's popped foul over towards the right side. That'll reach the seats as well, 2-2.
Nebraska did such a good job early in the game grinding away at that pitch count, but he's in a healthy spot with it right now. Just over 80 pitches.
Yeah, approaching 90, but effective. That's the key. Until he shows any true signs of fatigue, there's no reason to change what you have on the mound. 2-2 pitch. That one is shot through the right side for a 1-out single off the bat of Caden Brumball. Much more sharply hit for Brumball than his first hit. You'll take it. And the Huskers do have a man on board, so that breaks a 5 straight retired for Jerwa.
Finally, a barrel.
Yep.
Hard ground balls, line drives are the ticket. We'll see if Swanee can find a barrel here, get into one, maybe gap one. Get this lead down to just 2.
Gabe Swanson, 0 for 1, sacrifice fly, RBI. Back in the first. Also flew out to right in the 4th. First pitch to Swanson. This one's hit well over towards the left center side. It's going to drop in there as it's deked. And holding up at second now, having to go back, and the ball gets away. Now Caden Brumball's going to make his way to third base as it's airmailed. Nobody covered home. Now they cover up just in time. So it was a softly hit liner to the left center part of the field. Sokolov was deking and he came up and tried to throw Brumball, who made an aggressive turn at second and ended up airmailing it over the second baseman. And that thing wound all the way up to the Michigan State on deck circle.
Yeah, that's a big mistake from Sokolov. I mean, Brumball took an aggressive turn as you would expect, and time call here for Michigan State. They're going to come talk to Jerwa, the infield is, and Mark Vandermeed, the pitching coach, is as well. But finally a mistake, Nick. I mean, they have played flawlessly to this point in basically every area. And that airmailed throw, we were just talking in the break, you need something kind of weird to happen, and that could have been it. And I don't want to put more pressure on DC's shoulders, but if you're going to win this game, you have to cash this opportunity.
There's no question. You can't expect to continue to get these opportunities. Michigan State, who comes in as one of the worst defensive teams in all of college baseball, has made some great plays behind Jerwa, but there was what you hope could be a very costly mistake by Sokolov, who just simply got overly aggressive with Caden Brumball. Wasn't going to have him on a good throw, but just rifles that one in. It sails over Ryan McKay's head and all the way to the on-deck circle and the first base dugout. So it's Brumball at third, Swanson at second.
Brewer starting to work with a little bit more pace in that right field bullpen. And outside of his last outing against Minnesota, he's been very, very good for the Spartans.
And that wasn't hit overly hard, Ben, either. It was just a soft liner that got in front of Sokolov. Wasn't going to be able to make a play on it. So here we go. Dylan Carey, 0 for 1 tonight, reached walk back in the fourth. First pitch to him. Breaking ball is low. And now the crowd's starting to sense it as well. Getting a little bit louder and louder for each pitch out of the zone. Sure was set again. The 1-0. This one is popped up on the infield foul territory, working its way by the dugout that will get out of play. Oof.
Man.
That was close.
That didn't even reach the seats. That just dropped in the camera well.
Yep.
And that was a fastball at only 89, so he's starting to lose a little bit of zip. He's not up into the mid-90s like he was early. And he threw a ton of changeups to DC, remember, in his last at-bat.
DC was able to see a lot of those, too. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. This one just missed it as he fouls it back to the screen. Now, going to have to battle it 1 and 2. Runners at second and third. Came with a 91-mile-an-hour fastball, and that thing was served up right down the middle. Elevated a bit, but in the strike zone. Jerwa comes set. Big pitch coming. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. It was close. And Dylan Carey goes down looking. You don't usually get a lot of reaction out of DC, but he looked back at home plate umpire Dave Condon, didn't like it. It was close enough. And so now it's going to be up to Case Sanderson to get something out of this situation that Michigan State gave Nebraska, at least putting the runners in scoring position they did. Huskers with back-to-back singles from Brumball and Swanson, and then it was the errant throw that allowed them to get from second to third. Sanderson 1 for 2 tonight. Breaking ball, first pitch in there for strike 1.
That was pitch 100.
So the question is, and I think a lot will have to do with how Case Sanderson approaches this at bat on what we see going further. There's a ball ripped into center field. That's going to drive in 1. Gabe Swanson coming around third. He'll be waved home. The throw is cut off. And Nebraska cuts into the lead. It's now 4-3. That was quite a hit. He's going to need a chiropractor. To find a chiropractic physician in Nebraska, visit NebraskaChiropractic.org. That's your secure care hit of the game. That a boy, Case Sanderson. As Dylan Carey unable to get it done, Case Sanderson, as you heard in the pregame, Dylan Carey talking to me about, they pick each other up. Case Sanderson just picked a teammate up right there. That is a huge, huge 2 RBI single.
That's not just the hit of the game. That's the hit of the season, and that's not hyperbole.
So now Will Jeske with the runner on, 2 away. This one misses off the plate, and now all of a sudden you wonder, are you rattling 16 there? He's got hit a lot more consistently this inning than the previous 5. Swing and a miss on the changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike to Will Jeske. Jeske does have a single in this one. Did so back in the 2nd inning. He's 1 for 2. The 1-1. That one is shot into right field, but it's making its way foul. Got a lot on that one.
That at home run distance.
Kind of reached out on it. 377 foul, and quite frankly, didn't put a full swing on it. So now the crowd getting behind Will Jeske. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 outs, runner on. And that runner on represents the tying run. Nebraska's made it a 1-run ball game here in the bottom of the 6th. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him. Going to have to throw down to first to complete the strikeout. They do so. And the side is retired. But Nebraska has a go of it. 2 runs off 3 hits. 1 error. And 1 runner left on base. We played 6 here at Charles Schwab Field in the Big Ten tournament. It's Michigan State 4, Nebraska 3. Here, this is Big Red Baseball.
John Henry's has a brand new membership club to protect your entire home in one program. With a VIP and a deluxe option, we will help you find the plan that best fits your needs. Receive discounts on services and equipment, priority service, complimentary inspections, and so much more. Protect your home's plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical systems all in one membership. Call John Henry's to learn more.
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing.
And electrical.
Huskers fans, switch to solar and save big. With J-Tech, you'll score $500 off any solar installation, a free energy analysis, and a free monitoring system to keep your home running like a champion. Plus, knock it out of the park with a 30% tax credit when you bundle solar with a metal roof. Book your free energy analysis today. Call 402-261-3682 or visit yourexteriorexperts.com. J-Tech Construction and Solar. Husker powered. Tax credits are subject to eligibility and IRS regulations. We recommend consulting with a qualified tax professional to confirm your eligibility. We are not accountants or tax advisors.
Husker baseball season is brought to you by Teammates. Teammates Mentoring is in need of mentors. We want you to join the team. Head over to teammates.org to learn more information about how you could get involved. Huge swing from Case Sanderson to get the crowd and Nebraska back into this game, but this is a huge moment. You've got the heart of the Michigan State order in a shutdown inning. If there was ever a time for one, this is the time right here.
Yeah, this is where you got that momentum in the third base dugout. You got to keep it there. Nebraska can sense it. We'll see, and it looks like hugs being given to Joseph Jerwa down in the first base dugout. I think that's it for Jerwa. So you've done your part in trying to get him out of the game with still some innings in front of you. Game within reach, but it's up to 25 now to do his part on the mound for Nebraska. Facing 2-3-4, breaking ball to Randy Seymour, just misses inside. Seymour 0 for 2. Had a sacrifice back in the first. Couple of strikeouts on top of that. Seymour, the third baseman for Michigan State, swings and misses at the breaking ball, 1-1. 271 hitter on the year. 52 hits, 36 driven in. Has 12 doubles and 4 home runs. 1-1 offering. Fastball down the middle, 1-2. Caden Brumball playing with some depth over at second. That's typical for Brum. Not necessarily a shift. It's where he's more comfortable coming in 1-2 pitch. Did he go around? No, he did not. My goodness. There was one called on Nebraska earlier that was not even close that they said he went around. This one was, I don't even think this was, oh my goodness, we just saw the replay. He went around. So Drew Crisco going to have to try to strike him out a second time. 1-2 pitch. This one's popped into center field. Plenty of room for Riley Silva. Waits for it, makes the catch. Boy, you see sometimes those ones missed and you worry about what follows. And thankfully, Drew Cristo still able to win that at bat and get the out on what was just a missed strike 3. Check swing called by the first base umpire. Here's Sam Bush, most dangerous hitter in this Michigan State lineup. RBI double back in the first. This pitch misses low. 1 for 3 tonight as the Michigan State first baseman. Left-handed hitter, way outside on that one, 2-0. Another busy day of Big Ten baseball tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. 2-0 offering. Breaking ball, missed inside. It's now 3-0 here on Sam Bush. Drew Cristo going to have to climb all the way back. 3-0 offering. That one's hacked at on 3-0. It is foul right behind the backstop. So Sam Bush was green lit on the 3-0. Saw a pitch that he was going after. 91-mile-an-hour fastball. Here's a 3-1 pitch. That missed inside. And actually, I guess it did. According to Dave Condon. Trackman had it as a strike, but that's a 1-out walk. Drew Cristo going to have to really tighten the belt here. 1 on, 1 out. Got to get that shutdown inning here in the top of the 7th. Caleb Berry, cleanup hitter for Michigan State. 0 for 2, reached being hit. Back in the 5th. First offering. Fastball is low and outside. Drew Cristo now falling behind back-to-back hitters. Bush with the lead at first with 1 out. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one is shot to right field, working its way foul, now into the seats. 1 ball, 1 strike on Caleb Berry. Luke Broderick getting warm for Nebraska in that left field bullpen. Huskers going to use all of their high leverage arms. You have to. If you want a chance to play in the weekend, got to win this one. The pitch. This one is popped into deep right center field, but room for Robbie Bullen right in front of the warning track. Makes the catch for the second out. So here's Nick Williams, the left fielder. 1 for 3 tonight. Singled. Back in the 5th inning as an infield single. If you're wondering about the speed of Sam Bush, only 5 attempts for a stolen base. He has done that successfully twice. So not much of a threat to run over there at first. Now with 2 outs. Here for Nick Williams, a .306 hitter. First pitch, breaking ball, inside corner, strike 1. Williams has driven in 34 on the season. Right-handed hitter. Cristo set at the letters. The 0-1 pitch. Missed away with the breaking ball, 1-1. More of a pull side shift already on here for Williams. Dylan Carey giving some way more to his right towards third base. 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball lone outside. 2-1 here on Nick Williams. Caden Brumball playing closer to the second base side. Big vacant area on the right side of the infield for Nick Williams, the left-handed, or the right-handed hitter, beg your pardon. Just got a piece of that one. Fouls it back to the screen, 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away, 1 on. Runner at first here in the top of the 7th. A 4-3 game in favor of Michigan State. Crowd getting behind. Big 2-5. Here's the pitch. Just got a piece of that one. 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Back to the screen. We'll do it again. Crowd getting back into it here. Crystal, right arm dangling. Now comes set at the letters. Checks Bush over at first. Here's the 2-2 again. That one shot up the middle, backhanded by Brumball, and will not have a throw. Got it deep into shallow center field where Brumball was playing over. And so another infield base hit for Michigan State. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. Here now for Noah Bright, the catcher.
And Nick Williams is living right. I mean, he has been sawed off badly twice tonight and gotten rewarded with 2 hits. This is... You don't want to overstate the importance here. Rob Childress out of the dugout. This might be the at-bat of the season. I think he senses. I think they're going to waste no more time to go get Broderick right now.
It appears that will be the case. Rob Childress has not made the signal yet, but Luke Broderick has been more than ready, and here it comes. That officially is going to be a Nebraska soybean pitching change. Nebraska Farm Facts, soy-based biodiesel is good for our air, environment, and Nebraska economy. Look for it where you fill up next. We'll give you Luke Broderick's numbers when we return here on the Huskers Radio Network.
Want to boost Nebraska's economy and help the planet? It's as easy as filling up your tank. Switch to soy-based biodiesel to cut greenhouse gases by up to 74% and support biodiesel growth.
I'm Greg Anderson, a farmer near Newman Grove, Nebraska, and biodiesel has transformed our farm. It cuts emissions, raises the cetane number, and improves fuel lubricity.
So ask for biodiesel where you fill up. It benefits our air, economy, and Nebraska soybean farmers. Nebraska soybeans, feeding, fueling, and innovating for the future.
Nebraska going to the closer here in just the 7th inning. That's Luke Broderick. Second team all-conference selection as of today. Pitching for the 25th time. 3-2 record. ERA of 4.13. 28 in the 3rd innings pitched. 25 hits, 14 runs, 13 earned. He's walked 18, struck out 37. Opposition batting .240 against Luke Broderick. And he's trying to get Nebraska out of some trouble here in the top of the 7th with 1st and 2nd. Nebraska trying desperately to hold the game right here at 4-3.
It was a 1-out walk to Sam Bush. Then Caleb Berry flies out. And then Nick Williams has been mentioned. Now 2 base hits that have not left the infield. That one was the closest because Caden Brumball technically fielded that in very, 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 very shallow right center field. He had the slow tapper to Joshua Overbeek back in the 5th. So runners at 1st and 2nd, 2 away. Luke Broderick, who threw on Thursday against Purdue in that come-from-behind victory. Nebraska down 8-0 in that game, coming back and winning it 11-9. And Broderick was effective in 1 1/3. He scattered 2 hits, did not allow a run, struck out a hitter. So much like Drew Christo, very well rested. He will face Noah Bright, the catcher. 0 for 3 tonight. Runners at 1st, 2nd, infield can play it where it takes them. Broderick comes set. Checks Bush over at 2nd. First pitch to Bright. Breaking ball, slider, low. Slider fastball is what you'll see from Luke Broderick. Slider is his out pitch, his plus pitch, but the fastball can run up in the mid-90s. 1-0 offering, swing and a miss. Chased after a fastball that was way in the dirt. At 93 miles an hour. Luke Broderick has been mentioned, the closer. 11 saves on the year. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. Little fastball right by him.
Nick, we got to point out Nebraska's outfield alignment. They are playing very, very shallow. They're trying to cut off a base hit to the outfield to try and save a run.
Yep.
But they're susceptible.
Yeah, they are. It's a good call. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch missed outside. A lot of fastballs here being shown by Luke Broderick. Now 2-2 here on Noel Bright.
We don't want to play around too much. I mean, whatever your best pitch is, you got to come with it right here.
Broderick set at the belt. Bush from second, Williams from first. The 2-2. Shot to the right field, right to Case Sanderson on the line. He makes the catch. Say shot right to Case Sanderson, that is. It was allowed out, but an out nonetheless on a soft liner to the first baseman. And Nebraska gets out of that one. So there's no runs off 1 hit, no errors, 2 runners left on base. We go to the bottom of the 7th. It's Michigan State 4, Nebraska 3. This is the Huskers Radio Network.
Feel like you're always on the run? Me too. As an independent financial professional, I help all kinds of busy people. Young families planning for college, couples working toward retirement, people securing their legacy. Wherever you are in life, Emeritus can help you get more out of life with insurance, employee benefits, and financial services. You're moving fast. Let's help make sure you're on the path to a fulfilling life. Find your next step at emeritus.com. Insurance products issued by Emeritus Life Insurance Corp.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
New pitcher for Michigan State here in the bottom of the 7th inning. They're going to get Garrett Brewer. So finally into the bullpen. 16th appearance for Brewer. 1-2 record ERA of 4.61. He's thrown 27 in the 3rd innings. Only allowed 21 hits. 15 runs, 14 earned, 11 walks, and 33 strikeouts. Opposition only batting .204 against Brewer. You're excited to get Jerwa out of the game until you look at the statistics of Brewer. And this guy right here did not have a very good outing his last time out, but he is the premier arm to set up Michigan State in late innings. And Nebraska's still chasing a run.
It'll be 8-9-1 for Nebraska. Another lefty, again, as Ben mentioned, gave you the numbers. And so Huskers feel like not only did they get the momentum with the 2 runs they plated back in the 6th, but being able to escape from any type of damage and keep that shutdown inning. So Nebraska trying to put pressure on this Michigan State team and now trying to welcome in a new arm in Garrett Brewer. Brewer 6'3", 173 out of Eau Claire, Michigan. Thought there was only an Eau Claire in Wisconsin. Apparently there's one in Michigan as well. Learn something new every day. It's like there's a Springfield in almost every state. Here's Robbie Bolin. First pitch off the plate, 1-0. 90 miles on the fastball there from Garrett Brewer. Bolin tonight 0 for 2, a couple of groundouts. Lefty-lefty matchup here to start off the bottom of the 7th. Brewer from the stretch, 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball misses away, 2-0.
We got to do anything special to get like a leadoff walk because Jared will do it.
I mean, I'll crush some potato chips if I have to right now. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Just catches the outside corner with the fastball. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Huskers haven't had their leadoff guy on base since the 1st inning.
This changes the dynamic, especially in a one-run ball game if you can get that guy on. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That one shot foul off to the left into the seats. 2 balls and 2 strikes now here on Robbie Bolin. Bolin has really been going that way all night. Wasting a couple of pitches and 2 strike counts. Now going to have to battle again. Here's the 2-2. Way outside, 3-2.
I'm thinking, man, Brewer looks small compared to Jerwa. And he is. But he's 6'3".
Yeah, he's 6'3", but there's still 5 inches difference right there.
Yeah.
6'8" to 6'3". I know, we've been used to seeing big old Jerwa dealing. Full count here on Bolin, leadoff man here at the bottom of the 7th. Misses it away, and there's your lead man aboard for Nebraska. As Ben mentioned, first time since the first inning. And now Hogan Haligzo coming up. And you would think Ben would be asked to put one down. Michigan State does have Dominic Planto getting loose for the Spartans. Hogan Haligzo going to be lifted.
No,
offensive timeout. And now Will Bolt calling Lance Arvell over and Robbie Bolin and Mike Sirianni. So you're going to have the offensive minds, the hitter, and the runner all in on this one.
I don't hate the little stall tactic here either. After a walk to start the inning, you've got a guy in a one-run game pitching for his season. I mean, the pressure goes both ways here, Nick. It's not just Nebraska. Michigan State, knowing that they're down to their last 3 innings potentially as well. So making him think about it a little bit. And we'll see what Hogan can do here. We've seen him drop down a few sack bunts this year.
Well, Michigan State felt like they were living right with that 3-run lead and their guy on the bump. It is now tightened up to a 1-run game, and now Nebraska, the lead man aboard here in the bottom of the 7th. Hogan Haligzo, 0 for 2 tonight. First pitch, misses inside, squared up to bunt, pulled back. Yeah. So the task is the correct one here. Try to put one down, but he's got to offer one over the plate.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe it's just pull it back until you see one.
Yep, could be. Third baseman Randy Seymour playing in, expecting the bunt. Garrett Brewer from the stretch, checks Bolin. Now quick throw back over there, in there safely. Flags are pretty much as still as we've seen tonight. No real wind, but the ball has been carrying a lot more than you would expect on a cold night. Haligzo squaring around a bunt. Now pulls back, slashes, just got a piece of that one back to the screen. And you had Randy Seymour charging in. I'm imagining his eyes lit up when Haligzo pulled back and took a rip at that one. Now 1 ball, 1 strike. Bolin leading away from first. Shows bunt, pulls back. It's in there for strike 2. Now 1-2 here on Hogan Haligzo.
Nebraska's been known to leave it on with 2 strikes. Don't know that I take that risk here, but don't completely take it off the table.
Yep. Got to put the ball in play somehow, some way here if you're Hogan Haligzo. Here's the 1-2. He's going to show bunt. Puts one down the first baseline. That's going to be a good one. It gets Robbie Bolin over to second, and just in time over at first, they get Hogan Haligzo, but a good sacrifice down the first baseline with 2 strikes. And just as you mentioned, Ben, been known to keep it on, especially when the situation dictates it, and I think that one did.
You got to have guts to do it.
Yep.
I mean, you can't as a hitter. I mean, you got to give a ton of credit for Dimer right there. That is not easy to do.
No.
To commit to that with 2 strikes. You have to have clear between the ears to be able to do that, and that's exactly what he did. Now Nebraska is a base hit away from tying this game up.
But you got Riley Silva, who went shopping to the left center gap back in the first inning with a double. 1 for 3 on the evening. First pitch off the plate, 1-0. Joshua Overbeek waits on deck. Robbie Bolin, as you know, runs very well over there at second. One of the fastest runners with Riley Silva. 1-0 pitch. This one is lifted high in the air to right field, towards the right field foul line. Just camping under it now as Pico makes the catch, and tagging from second to third. Robbie Bolin will make it in there. Just in front of the throw, so Nebraska has a tying run 90 feet away. But there are 2 outs now here in the bottom of the 7th. So it'll be up to Joshua Overbeek. He's come up in some big spots here in the last few weeks. Came up in a big spot against Michigan, was able to get a huge 2 RBI knock, 2 RBI single.
Sorry to run over you there, but now ball to the backstop and we're tied. Yep. That's a big 90 feet. A ball booted by an infielder is a run.
Now we're going to have a visit to the mound.
That's a slow walk. That tells me they're maybe wanting to change here.
Yep.
Which is fine, because I think everybody prefers Beek from the left side.
Right. Dominic Plantel, who has been warming, should be more than ready if they need to go to him. Yeah, as you pointed out, right-handed pitcher would put Joshua Overbeek into the left-handed batter's box if that's the decision they decide to make here. Long conversation going on. They're going to leave Garrett Brewer in to try to get Joshua Overbeek. So Dominic Pianto is, I would say, more than ready. But 2 outs, runner at third. Huskers trailing by 1 here in the bottom of the 7th.
That's what postseason baseball is all about right here. You have to want this moment.
We know there's no shortage of that in the batter's box with Joshua Overbeek. The question is, can you come through in the clutch here? For the senior, first pitch to him. Hit him. That one did not feel good. Not sure exactly where it caught him, but he's wincing in some pain.
It's Beek. He's fine.
Well, now he's taking a pretty solid jog over to first, but
it got him like in the leg, right inside of the knee.
Got him the right, yeah.
I'd say it's his knee.
Snake don't really have parts.
Like we say, it's irresponsible to give us microphones.
Runners are at the corners. Caden Brumball, 2 hits tonight. Not all created equal. 1 off the bag at first base, but then a nice line drive into right field back in the 6th. Beek leads away from first. Robbie Bolin representing the tying run at third. First pitch in there for strike 1 of the fastball. Brumball 2 for 3 tonight. And a lot of room on the right side of the infield where he went last time. 0-1 offering. Bit upstairs. 1-1. Brum at .312 for Nebraska this season. He's been one of the more consistent hitters in this lineup all year. 1-1 pitch upstairs again. Now 2-1.
Well, you got 44 lingering around on deck.
You know what he's done in this tournament in years past, especially last year. He's driven in a run tonight. Also has a base hit and scored in the 6th. They got to get to him. Here's the 2-1. Off the plate, 3-1. Fun time to hit. If you're Caden Brumball, you just got to be on time.
Got to be ready to jump on a heater. Now the crowd's coming into it.
3 balls, 1 strike, 2 away. Runners at the corners. Huskers trailing by 1 here in the bottom of the 7th. The 3-1 pitch. This one is hit into right field. It is sinking, but going to be caught on his knees from Parker. Pico makes a game-saving catch there in the bottom of the 7th. A ball softly hit off the bat at 3-1. That was one Caden Brumball would love to have back, in Nebraska unable to get that lead man across home plate. No runs off no hits, no errors, and 2 big runners left on base. We played 7 here at Charles Schwab Field. Here at the Big Ten Tournament, it's Michigan State 4, Nebraska 3. This is Big Red Baseball.
Pillar Restaurant Group is Lincoln's home for celebration. With a hand-cut steak and seasonal cocktails for your anniversary at Venue Restaurant and Lounge, a pitcher of mimosas and brunch favorites for your birthday at Piedmont Bistro, a 16-inch sub and freshly made cookie after your kids win the big game at Good Sense Deli Fresh Subs, or for your wedding in a luxurious downtown ballroom with Venue Catering and Events. Drink, dine, gather with Pillar Restaurant Group. Learn more and order a gift card for your next celebration at prgnebraska.com. That's prgnebraska.com.
Plungers and store-bought chemicals can only go so far and can harm your drains. Call the professionals at John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electrical to get your drains flowing. We won't only make sure the clog is taken care of, but we will ensure your drains are completely clean so the clog will not come back. Give John Henry's a call today.
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
And Electrical.
Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification on the Huskers Radio Network.
Nick Hanley, Ben McLaughlin with you here at Charles Schwab Field, here at the Big Ten Tournament. Duke Root and David Swotek back in our Acres broadcast studio. We've played 7, and it is white-knuckle time. The Huskers have made this a one-run game, unable to get the lead man across as they were able to get the lead man aboard. As we go to the 8th inning, it's 4-3 in favor of Michigan State. And take us home, here's Ben McLaughlin.
All right, thanks, Nick. Bottom third, due up for Broderick in the 8th. You make a great catch, you lead off inning. Parker Pico awaits the first one from Broderick, and it's a low slider, ball 1. It wasn't the prettiest catch in the world, but style points don't matter at all. And Michigan State more than accepting of that great catch in right field before that thing hit the turf. The 1-0 pitch from Broderick. That's a strike at the knees. The fastball, 1-1. (4-3) Michigan State. We are late. Top of the 8th inning. The 1-1 pitch. Slider and a beauty right at the knees. 1-2 on Pico. He's had a good game tonight. Walked and scored in the second, singled in the 4th. Obviously that great catch there defensively to end the bottom of the 7th. Broderick sends it in. Swing and a miss. Got him with the slider. They'll throw to first to complete it. And one big out recorded in the top of the 8th. Broderick came in the top of the 7th when Michigan State had a threat going themselves, first and second. He got a really soft line drive to Sanderson at first. That ended the threat. Sokolov is 0 for 1. He's walked twice and scored a run. 254 hitter on the year for Sparty. Broderick works from the stretch, the pitch. Low ball 1. Michigan State has stranded 8 runners to Nebraska's 6. 1-0 the count. Broderick's pitch. That's a strike. Right over with a heater, 1-1. Overbeek even with the bag at third, just in case. Broderick looks into Hligso, the pitch. Slider right down the middle. 1-2. Broderick ahead now as now Bolin, the right fielder, is cheated over to the line. Try and save a double. Should Sokolov try to go to right field. The 1-2 pitch. Slider, swing and a miss. Had him carved up. 2 strikeouts for Luke here in the 8th. Now Dayton Murphy walked in that really frustrating top of the 2nd inning. Ended up plating 2 runs. It was a fly out to start the inning, then 3 consecutive walks to 7, 8, 9 in the order. Pitch from Broderick, low, the slider, 1-0. So you had the bases loaded and 1 out. A balk brought in 1 run, and then you had an RBI ground out, bring in another run. That's how Michigan State scored the 2 in the second. This pitch is shot through the right side. That's a base hit. It was an elevated fastball at 93, and Murphy climbs the ladder and somehow shoots that inside-out swing through the right side. Now back to the top of the order, and Ryan McKay.
Second baseman, number 1, Ryan McKay.
Well, that's fine if you're Luke Broderick. Again, you're doing this by challenging hitters. You made hitters 7 and 8 look silly. Murphy put a good swing on that one. You go back to work here with McKay.
Yeah, right back on it. Good speed at first for Michigan State. Off speed misses up, 1-0. McKay has been busy tonight, both defensively and at the plate. He scored 2 of the 4 Michigan State runs. He's also driven in a run. The 1-0. Slider at the knees, 0-1. Coach Childress told us before the game, both he and Bush were a large part of the focus for Nebraska's pitching staff, and you see why. Runner at first, 2 outs. Spartans up a run in the 8th. Pitch from Broderick, fouled straight back to the screen. And it's 1-2. See what Michigan State wants to do on the bump in the bottom of the 8th. Broderick comes set. And the pitch. There goes the runner. Pitch is fouled off the shin guard of the umpire. There's a fastball in on the hands of McKay. He just got a piece of it. It's been another little hidden story tonight is Michigan State's 2-strike hitting. They've been able to foul away a number of pitches. They've struck out 11 times in the game, but I don't think that's the entire story. Broderick to the belt. Here's the 1-2. Runner goes again, and pitch is fouled back and out of play. Another fastball in on McKay.
Less than stellar effort in the stands on that one. Got to be better than that.
Rough. Ball and 2 strikes. Broderick trying to finish the inning. There goes the runner again. Pitch is grounded over to Sanderson. Gets a head-high hop. Turns around, steps on the pillow with the left foot, and that ends the top of the 8th. So Broderick gets another 0 on the board. That's the 3rd consecutive for Nebraska's bullpen. Spartans can't make anything of the 2-out single. So we go to the bottom of the 8th. Michigan State still leading 4-3 on the Huskers Radio Network.
It's employee pricing with the Ford crew.
Employee pricing across a full lineup.
Fun fact, Hank, Ford assembles the most vehicles in the country.
Another fun fact, everyone pays what we pay.
So, you get employee pricing. You get employee pricing. You get employee pricing.
Stem.
Yeah?
Everyone gets employee pricing.
You get employee pricing.
Now get employee pricing available across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Employee pricing, you pay what we pay. Only from your local Ford dealer.
This year, we considered hiring an ad agency to help with our marketing.
They pitched impressive visuals and a script that was inspiring.
And exotic animal mascots to help grab your attention.
In the end, we just decided to tell it to you straight. Shelter Insurance has award-winning customer service at affordable rates.
Plus, our local agents are there to help you understand what coverage you need.
See Shelter Agent Sharon Lear in Papillion, Paul Hoos in Grand Island, or an Ord Z Agent Matt Woodward.
Bottom of the 8th inning here in Omaha. Huskers have got to win tonight if they want to extend their season past Friday. Michigan State sticking with Garrett Brewer, who had a bit of an adventure in the 7th inning. He got the 0 on the board, but it wasn't the prettiest of innings. And he'll have Swanson, Carey, and Sanderson, 2 right-handed hitters against this lefty. Pianto is working still in the bullpen. He'll be ready at a moment's notice. Swanson is 1 for 2 officially. Has an RBI and a run scored here in this one. How much more thunder does Swanee have in a bat in a Big Ten tournament? This might be his last at bat of the night. First pitch of the 8th inning. Swanson swings and fouls it right underneath of us. At a play. It was a hanging breaking ball. 0-1 to Gabe Swanson. He was the hero of the Big Ten title game against Penn State last year. Brewers 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball that was center cut, and Gabe missed it. He's down in the count. 0-2. Wind is almost laid down tonight, so it's going to play true to size, the ballpark. The 0-2. Check swing. Pitch was very close to being a strike. Michigan State won't appeal. Judging by some of our decisions tonight.
I hope they did.
And Michigan State can't believe it. I peeled them off the railing. Ball and 2 strikes to Swanson. Brewer ready. Here it is. Swanson lines one just foul. He jumped on that one and just hooked it to the wrong side of the line. Out in front of that breaking ball. Seymour trying to protect the line at third as well. Count still 1-2. Brewer ready. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. You knew he was going to go elevated heater after Swanson got a piece of that breaking ball down. And the Huskers are running out of outs. Still down a run. It's Dylan Carey's turn. DC hitless in this one. Walked in the 4th.
Yeah, just changed the eye level, as you mentioned. Goes the low breaking ball, gets a piece of that one, elevates the fastball. That's just a good sequence.
First pitch to Carey. Fouled straight back. Dylan had a good rip at it, but sends it into the net behind home plate. He's down 0-1. Brewer has looked in control so far here in the bottom of the 8th. Huskers need a base runner. Down 4-3. The 0-1. Breaking ball popped up right side. That should get out of play, and it will. Lands in the second row.
Well, and you just wonder, getting bailed out on that 3-1 pitch that Caden Brumball was unable to get more of, how that just completely changes your complexion on how you come out that following inning. And he was getting behind hitters. Now all of a sudden he's working in front.
No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Almost hit him. Way high with a fastball. Nowhere close to the zone. 1-2. Carey fighting to stay alive. Brewer to the belt, the pitch. Off the glove of the catcher all the way to the backstop. That one missed badly. 2 fastballs that were nowhere near the target. Honestly, the fastball to Swanson was pretty far out of the zone too, so I'm expecting a breaking ball here. He's located that pitch pretty nicely here in the inning. Here's the 2-2. Carey swings and drives a fly ball toward right. Pico giving it a look near the line. He's there to grab it for out number 2. He did go fastball, and it was right down the middle, but Carey unable to do anything with it. And the Huskers down to their last 4 outs in this game, and essentially their season.
Yeah, it's just, we've talked about it. And even with Jerwa out of the game, your approach doesn't change. You've got to be on time with those pitches that are over the heart of the plate. And unfortunately, Nebraska's had several opportunities, and they've just missed them or been late enough to where they have not got the favorable result.
First pitch to Sanderson. Case takes high, ball one. Sandy, the big swing in this game for Nebraska. A 2-out, 2-run scoring single in the 6th. That cut the lead to 1, and that's where we sit. Michigan State 4, Nebraska 3. 2 gone in the 8th. The 1-0. Sanderson takes a breaker over the heart of the plate. 1-1. You really like to get Sanderson on base to get Jeske a crack with a man on. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Brewers worked ahead of all 3 hitters here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, 2-2. Almost effectively wild here in the inning.
I was going to say the same thing when he came back and was able to get Dylan Carey. 2 that are nowhere close to the zone. You come right back, but you almost flinch.
The 2-2. Shot off the mound. It ramps up into center field for a hit. Case Sanderson at 105 sends his third base hit of the night into center field, and now Jeske will get a crack. He's got gap ability here, and if he's able to do it, we might be tied. For every man that reaches here with 2 outs, the task becomes just a little bit easier to get that tying run home.
Yeah, I think for Michigan State, it was actually a fortunate bounce off the mound would have actually given them their best shot at getting a play there. If that thing doesn't hit the mound, it's easily into center field, but another hard-hit ball from Case.
Jeske's 1 for 3. The first pitch, Will swings and pops it up on the infield. First baseman Bush backing up. The second baseman backpedals and makes a catch. Unbelievable. The adventures Michigan State has had defensively tonight, and they just do enough to make another play and avoid disaster. It's been that kind of night for the green and the white. Luck has been on their side here in Omaha. No runs, a hit, no errors, 1 left. We're through 8. Michigan State 4, Nebraska 3. This is Big Red Baseball.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
It's employee pricing with the Ford crew.
Employee pricing across a full lineup.
Fun fact, Hank, Ford assembles the most vehicles in the country.
Another fun fact, everyone pays what we pay.
So, you get employee pricing. You get employee pricing. You get employee pricing.
Stem.
Yeah?
Everyone gets employee pricing.
You get employee pricing.
Now get employee pricing available across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Employee pricing, you pay what we pay. Only from your local Ford dealer.
Nick Ainley, Ben McLaughlin with you here at Charles Schwab Field of the Big Ten Tournament. Duke Root and David Swotek back in our Acres broadcast studio. We've reached the 9th inning, still a 1-run game in favor of the Michigan State Spartans. Luke Broderick still on for the Huskers. Nebraska needing to keep it right here and have a shot, and some decisions might have to be made in the bottom of the 9th. Huskers will have 8-9-1 due up, but you want to get it into a situation to where you can bring that tie and run to the plate with the Huskers trailing by 1 and trying to keep it right there, as Michigan State will send up really the thick of it with their lineup in 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, tough one for the Huskers. They've had a couple of chances, but only able to stick around in the 1-run deficit. 2, 3, 4 due up, as Nick just told you. Broderick out for another inning of work. Throws a first pitch slider called strike 0-1. Inning and a third of relief for Broderick tonight. He's been able to hold it here thus far, but he'll have a big chore in front of him with Seymour, Bush, and Berry. The 0-1 pitch. Strike two, outside corner. Seymour batting .269. Luke ready for the 0-2. The pitch. Grounded to third. Overbeek boots it to his left. Carey's able to glove it, but the ball stays on the infield. Wasn't hit overly hard. It just rolled up the arm of Overbeek, popped into the air, and Carey's able to keep it on the infield, but a huge leadoff base runner for Michigan State.
Yeah, Michigan State obviously understanding the importance of adding one more run. They've just been so hard to come by for both teams here. And so Luke Broderick got to work around this here.
Now Bush bats with runner at first. Nobody out. Broderick's pitch. Fastball strike, outside corner, top of the zone. Good spot for that. Still waiting a scoring decision. That was pretty clearly an error.
Yeah.
First base runner is Seymour. Broderick brings it home. Strike two with a slider. Bush had that RBI double in the first. He walked in the seventh. They're going base hit on that. I don't know about that.
Wow.
Broderick to the belt. The pitch. Tapped in front of the plate. In fact, got a piece of Bush in the box. Counts still 0-2. 4-3 Michigan State. Top of the ninth inning. Nebraska staring a one-run deficit to this point in the face in the bottom of the ninth. You'd like to keep it that way. The pitch. Fouled back and out of play. Spartans score a run in the first, as does Nebraska. And Sparty gets two in the second. 3 walks, a balk, and an RBI ground out. Broderick's next one home. Missed off the plate, 1-2. They score their 4th run in the 5th on a failed pickoff for Nebraska. One ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch home. Sharply hit towards short. Carey picks the short hop, steps on the bag, throws to first, double play. Just an elite defender Nebraska has right there at 15. A little bit of momentum back the way of Nebraska. Picked the short hop and then able to come in, step on the bag, throw on the run for the second out.
He just, you don't want to expect those plays made, but that thing, again, a tricky hop. You get the in-between hop. He still is able to stick with it. And then it's the footwork. For a taller guy, that is not easy. He just makes it look elementary.
2 outs, nobody on now for Berry. Broderick's pitch. Inside, ball 1. In the 9th, Nebraska scheduled to have 8, 9, and 1. Bolin, Helixo, and Silva. We'll see what buttons Will Bolt wants to push and who Michigan State wants to go with. Here's the 1-0. Strike, 1-1. Berry was bailing out of that slider. Broderick from the set. The pitch. Missed, just up, 2-1. Berry tonight is 0 for 3. He was hit by a pitch in the 5th inning. The next one home from Broderick. Fouled straight back. 2-2. 4-3 Michigan State. Top of the 9th inning. Have to win tonight to stay alive in the tournament. The 2-2 is on its way. Shot into right. Bolin backs up a few steps right there. Makes the catch. Inning over. So here we go. To the bottom of the ninth. Nebraska's season hangs in the balance. No runs, a hit, no errors. How much ninth inning magic do these 2025 Huskers have in them? Come on back for the bottom of the ninth on the Huskers Radio Network.
This is the sound of grilling season. It's time to get back to cookouts, to gathering with friends and family, and making memories. And with Hy-Vee's lower prices on thousands of items all over the store, you can still get the best quality meat and everything else you need for your barbecues at prices that will make you smile. Get back to grilling for less.
Ninth inning, reach out, speak up, and let's strike out life's challenges together. Because we're more than players, we're a resilient community. Remember, in times of need, call a timeout. Call, text, or chat 988. It's okay to ask for help. We're here for you. Every swing, every slide. Play ball. Presented by Nebraska DHHS.
Bottom of the ninth inning. Charles Schwab Field, round one of the Big Ten tournament. Huskers and Spartans, where they're both seated, have to win if they want any chance to advance in this tournament past the second guaranteed game. Nebraska will have Bolin, Haligso, and Silva due up. Rhett Stokes has grabbed a bat. He's going to hit for Haligso, it seems, in the second plate appearance here of the inning. But first it starts with Bolin. Drew a leadoff walk in the seventh against Garrett Brewer, who is back out for his third full inning of relief. He has extension and length to him, so no concern from Michigan State's standpoint on what he has left in the tank. Huskers need one to keep playing and to keep this 2025 season alive. Bolin in the box, Brewer on the bump. Let's go. Bottom of the ninth. Here's the first pitch. Swung at and missed on a fastball up. He's thrown that pitch a ton in the last inning plus. That fastball just above the strike zone. Bolin has provided some life for Nebraska late in this season. Squares to bunt, bunts at first base side. Really good bunt. Nobody's home. Huskers have the tying run at first base. The kid has been a spark plug the entire month of May. And the Huskers get their tying run on base, and Rhett Stokes with his first plate appearance.
Well, you said it, Ben. I mean, first of all, you're looking at Garrett Brewer in the, if you go back to the seventh inning where he got himself into some trouble, actually the eighth inning where he got himself in some trouble, is where he was able to work. He was working behind. He worked ahead now 5 straight Husker hitters. And that's where he had been so effective. Robbie Bolin understanding what he can do with that speed, but it had to be a perfectly placed bunt down the first baseline. The element of surprise. What a huge, huge moment there for Robbie Bolin. Perfect execution on that drag bunt.
Now one of the unsung heroes of the 2024 Big Ten tournament is going to get a look, and that's Rhett Stokes. All this kid did at the end of last year was hit. Way in at third is Seymour. Bolin gets his lead. Stokes swings at the first one and fouls it off to the right and out of play. Never has Husker Nation wanted a vintage Rhett Stokes 4-hole single than right now. 4-3 Michigan State. Right-handed hitting senior Rhett Stokes in the box. Brewer brings it home. Rhett squares to bunt. Bunts at first base side. Another good bunt. First baseman picks it up. The throw to first is in time to get Stokes, who is in pain as he dove into first base awkwardly to try to beat that throw out. He just sold out for his team right there, trying to beat that out. And the Huskers have the tying run at second base. And Riley Silva striding to the plate.
Yeah, I mean, it was by a half a foot. This is where you always wonder, are you better off just chopping through the bag Do you save yourself a half a step by doing so? It's just that hustle in you that you want to do whatever you can, and you just want to break down and get there as fast as you can. And you think a head first slide will do it.
First pitch to Silva. Riley takes outside, ball one. Riley tonight is 1 for 4. Doubled to start the first inning. Bolin at second. Silva in the box. 4-3 Spartans. Here's the pitch. Riley swings. It's a floater on the infield. Should be easy for McKay, and the Huskers are down to their last out. And it's Joshua Overbeek.
Definitely a pitch Riley Silva would love to have back there. It was up and out of the zone. Not something that you want to be able to go after with the slight advantage early in that count at 1-0. And a rare Garrett Brewer falling behind moment.
Joshua Overbeek has been red hot for Nebraska this last month, and he's Nebraska's last hope. The first pitch, Overbeek takes in the dirt, ball one. He's hitless tonight. 0 for 3 with a hit by pitch. The switch hitter from Ohio. Nebraska's last breath in this season. Bolin bouncing off of second. Brewer's 1-0 pitch. Outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Base open for Michigan State. They can work carefully to Overbeek if they want to. Outfield playing deep. A base hit to the outfield would tie it. The 2-0. Swing and a miss. Off speed that was up out of the zone. Overbeek went after it. Now it's a 2-1 count. A lousy single would tie us up. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 gone. Here's the pitch. Overbeek shoots one in the air to right at the right fielder. He reaches up, he drops the baseball. He dropped the ball. It popped out of his glove. By a miracle, the Huskers have tied this game. How did that just happen? He had it in his glove, head high, and the ball popped out of his glove. And the Huskers brought back to life by CPR here in this tournament. And it's a 4-4 baseball game in Omaha. I can't believe what just happened.
Ben, I don't even know how to describe that other than because he didn't close his glove early. I mean, it just literally came out of his glove. Whether it just maybe he didn't close it. I don't even know how to explain this. I mean, that thing, it was like a spring that was in the palm of his glove and just bounced right out of it.
Pico has been one of the unsung heroes here in this game for Michigan State. Remember that catch he made to end the 7th inning with runners at the corners?
I just looked at it. It was in his glove. It just wasn't secured. That you probably, your body, it's second nature where the glove just naturally closes when the ball makes contact with your hand. For whatever reason, it didn't happen.
Unbelievable. 103 off the bat. Overbeek smoked.
He did.
He did everything he could. And now he's the winning run at first base. And if Brumbaugh can find a gap, the Huskers might win it. Here's the pitch. Brumbaugh swings and fouls one off to the right and out of play.
Well, and Ben, you know that Brum is looking to atone. He had that 3-1 count with Brewer, and that was the catch you mentioned that Pico made.
4-4. Overbeek at first. The 0-1 pitch. Strike 2 in her half. It was there. We will have extra baseball at least, if not ending it here. The 0-2 pitch. Brumbaugh shoots one. Fair ball down the right field line. There goes Overbeek to second. He's to third. They're going to wave him around. The throw home is in time, but Overbeek went back to third. What an alert. Heads-up base running play by Joshua Overbeek. He would have been out by 20 feet at home plate. He slapped the brakes on after getting the green light. And some stories write themselves. Gabe Swanson a chance to win it for the Huskers.
And Mike Sirianni was, he was more than halfway down the line watching that throw the entire way, put on the brakes, and you're right. Heads-up base running by Joshua Overbeek to pick up his third base coach, not run through the stop sign because he would have been nailed at home. Good job by Sirianni and Overbeek. Oh, my goodness.
We're going to have a change.
And, Ben, that ball, I'm telling you, we're talking centimeters. Just drawing chalk there. That thing looked like it was destined to be foul. Catches just enough chalk. First base umpire Mike Fichter, who was on the move trying to avoid it, was able to see it and call for the fair ball. Wow.
This is a good chance for us to take 30 seconds and collect ourselves. I would advise you do the same. We have a soybean board pitching change, a Nebraska farm fact. Soy-based biodiesel is good for our air, environment, and Nebraska economy. Look for it where you fill up next. Is there a more 2025 situation for this season than we've had in the last 15 minutes? I don't think so.
Why not?
We'll tell you who the next Spartan pitcher is after this on the Huskers Radio Network.
For farmers, sustainability is a way of life. 97% of farms are family-owned, and 95% are participating in conservation programs and using sustainable practices.
I'm Ann Meese, a farmer near Elgin, Nebraska. I grew up on this land, and we're dedicated to being good stewards and leaving it better for the next generation.
Since 1980, U.S. soybean farmers have boosted production by 130%, all while lowering emissions and improving land and water use. Nebraska soybeans, feeding, fueling, and innovating for the future.
All right, new pitcher in the game for Michigan State will be Dominic Pianto, the righty, 6'1", senior out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. He comes in with some of the more impressive numbers on this Michigan State staff. A 3.72 earned run average, making his 20th appearance on the year. He does have 2 saves on the year. He's gone 29 innings, giving up 28 hits, allowing 15 runs, 12 earned. He has struck out 26 while walking 10. Opponents hitting .248 against Dominic Pianto, a new-look righty for Nebraska that's seen all lefties tonight between Jerwa and Brewer. And the situation is Nebraska with runners at second and third, 2 away, tie ball game. Anything through the infield wins it for the Huskers on a game that looked like it was over on a sharply hit ball off the bat of Joshua Overbeek that literally popped out of the glove of right fielder Parker Pico. And then it was the following Caden Brumbaugh double down the line where it looked like Overbeek might be headed home. He stopped at the last moment. Runners at second, third. Here we go for 44.
How much more room in the storybook is there for Gabe Swanson? How much higher can this legend grow in this ballpark for this team in this tournament? We're about to find out with Swanson. Here's the first pitch to him. Breaking ball in there for a strike, 0-1. Pianto snapped off a beauty there. Winning run is 90 feet away. Gabe Swanson, right-handed hitting senior in the box. The 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball down and away. Good leave from Swanee. 1 ball, 1 strike. The senior from Johnston, Iowa. He stares at the barrel of his silver bat, now steps back in the right side. Pianto comes set. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swanson swings and it's one right back to the pitcher. He picks it up. He underhands to first. Ball is secured. Inning over. And we play on in Omaha. Nebraska scores a run on 2 hits. There was 1 enormous error and 2 enormous runners left on base. Let's go to the 10th. Nebraska 4, Michigan State 4. This is the Huskers Radio Network.
Being game day ready means bringing the die-hard passion. All in, all the time. And now, you can show your Husker pride everywhere you go. With the Husker Visa Debit Card. Free with FNBO free checking. Gear up, game on, and give it up for the Big Red. Every time you pay. The Husker Visa Debit Card. Only at FNBO, the Bank of Husker Nation. Bring it. Get yours today at fnbo.com/Huskers. Member FDIC.
Feel like you're always on the run? Me too. As an independent financial professional, I help all kinds of busy people. Young families planning for college, couples working toward retirement, people securing their legacy. Wherever you are in life, Emeritus can help you get more out of life with insurance, employee benefits, and financial services. You're moving fast. Let's help make sure you're on the path to a fulfilling life. Find your next step at emeritus.com. Insurance products issued by Emeritus Life Insurance Corp.
To the 10th we go. A miracle in Omaha as Michigan State's right fielder drops a line drive in right field that scores the game-tying run with 2 outs. And we go to the 10th. Nebraska will make one change, calling Symbolista into the game to catch the top of the 10th inning. And here to call it for us, Nick Hanley.
All right, thank you, Ben. Wow. It's hard to even describe what we just saw in the last 20 minutes of this ball game, and a ball that was begging to be caught by the right fielder, Parker Pico, who will hit this inning. So Symbolista now in for Nebraska, in for Hogan Eligzo. After Red Stokes pinch hit and did his job, got a sacrifice, and got the runner in scoring position that eventually became the tying run. So does 5, 6, 7 do up here for Michigan State? Broderick from the stretch. First pitch. Slider low on Nick Williams. Williams 2 hits tonight. He's 2 for 4. Back-to-back singles in his 3rd and 4th at bat of this game. The 1-0 pitch. Missed inside, 2-0. Grant Clevenger was warming in the previous inning. Broderick needing to get back on beam here. Behind 2-0 on Williams. Here's the pitch. That's low in the dirt. So now all of a sudden 3-0 on Nick Williams. Luke Broderick going to have to climb the ladder. Lead man of the inning here in the 10th. The 3-0 pitch. Down the middle, 3-1. Williams, a .268 hitter on the year. Mentioned 2 for 4 tonight. Broderick comes set. The 3-1 offering. That shot over to Case Anderson, makes a leaping catch off the line drive. Johnny on the spot, number 14. And Luke Broderick able to breathe a little bit of sigh of relief there. 3-1 wasn't hit overly hard, 79 off the bat, but it was a line drive screaming towards right field. Sanderson climbing the ladder to make that catch.
I don't know who invented the big first baseman mitt, but they're my favorite person in the world right now. Shout out to that person.
Sandy's made 2 really big catches over there at first on a couple of lineouts tonight. Here's Noah Bright, the catcher. Right, 0 for 4. There's a first pitch in there for strike 1 with the fastball at 91 miles an hour. And again, seen a lot more fastballs out of Luke Broderick tonight than sliders. Typically the other way around. Here's the 0-1 pitch off the plate, 1-1. And you can, there's still plenty of fans here, but it is at a hush because every moment in this game now just absolutely drenched in drama. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the 10th. The pitch misses inside. 2-1 here on Noah Bright. Bright, a .280 hitter on the year, 33 hits. He's driven in 15 on the season. This one hit well into right center field. Chasing it, though, is Robbie Bolin using the speed of the Jets to cut that thing down and catch the line out. That ball, again, much like the previous at-bat, looked like it at least had base hit, if not gap, written all over it. But Robbie Bolin just showing off the Jets.
It is cheating for Nebraska to have two center fielders on the field at the same time. I mean, that first step and the gliding that they can do on the grass in the outfield, especially in this ballpark, it's special.
You mentioned the key there, and that's that first step. And boy, did he get a great jump on that one. Here's Parker Pico, the right fielder. He's 1 for 3 tonight. He's reached base twice, walked and scored. Looks at a slider in there for strike one.
And you know he is ready to try and uncork one after what happened in right field.
Pico does have some pop. He's got 8 home runs on the year, 37 RBI, 48 hits. Got to be careful to him. 0-1 pitch. There's a chopping ground ball over to Dylan Carey. Gloves it cleanly over to first, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. As Michigan State goes down in order in the top of the 10th, here we go. Huskers trying to win it in the bottom of the 10th. Don't go anywhere here on the Huskers Radio Network.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
At Central Valley Ag, we believe there's room at the table for everyone. And in 2025, the year of the cooperative, we're celebrating the strength of farmers like you. Cooperatives were built by farmers, for the betterment of farmers, working together to create opportunity, stability, and a future for the next generation. Because when we stand together, we grow together. Our planet is hungry. Together, we feed it. Central Valley Ag.
Nick Hanley, Ben McLaughlin with you here at Charles Schwab Field of Big Ten Tournament. Duke Rude, David Swotek back in our Acres broadcast studio. Bottom of the 10th we go. 4-4 between Nebraska and Michigan State in a game that has been somewhat inexplicable in a couple of different ways. On a game that looked like it was over with. On a line drive out to right field, that would have been the third out and the final out. And somehow finds its way in Parker Pico's glove and then dropped, scoring the tying run for Nebraska. So now for the Huskers, it'll be Dylan Carey to lead it off. 5, 6, 7 for the Big Red here in the bottom of the 10th. They will play Oregon Friday night at 6 p.m. regardless. But will it be for a chance to play in the semifinals on Saturday? Or will it be the last game of the year? Big shift being put on here for Dylan Carey on the left side, pull side shift. First pitch. There's a chopper down the third baseline foul.
This is a defensive alignment I have never seen before.
It's almost a diamond formation on the left side of the infield.
Even with the bag at third, because DC's proven he can bunt.
Dominic Pianto, the righty from the stretch. The 1-0. That one's popped up foul over in front of us. Second deck, 0-2.
Come on, DC, get into one.
We've seen the long ball in the two previous games multiple times. Neither team in this one has gone deep. Pianto, long look in. The 0-2. There's a ground ball hit towards the left side. That's through for a base hit. Off the glove of the third baseman, Randy Seymour, as he's diving to his left. Throw almost comes offline. And now the winning run is at first base for Nebraska, and Dylan Carey, who runs pretty well.
They have 3 infielders 40 feet apart, and it finds a way through all 3 of them for a base hit.
I believe Seymour and Murphy both had contact on that one, too, before that found its way out to left field. Case Sanderson, 3 singles in this one. He's 3 for 4. Now, shift pull on the right side of the infield. Breaking ball misses inside.
And that I don't understand. I mean, Case Sanderson has real estate and an apartment built on the left side of the infield.
Middle opposite all night. The 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball just off the plate. Not a bad pitch, but a better take there by 14. 2 balls, no strikes. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 10th. Dylan Carey representing the winning run for Nebraska at first. Pianto set. 2-0 pitch. Breaking ball there for strike 1.
And he's thrown 3 breaking balls on the outer third.
Yep.
To Sandy.
Respecting Sandy's ability to pull a breaking ball in the outer half, I suppose. Here's the 2-1. That one's fouled off to the left out of play. Evens it up at 2-2. Hanging breaking ball there. Case Sanderson just got underneath. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out, 1 on. Bottom of the 10th, 4-4 game between Nebraska and Michigan State. The pitch. Fouled off again off to the left in the stands.
Nothing's changed since our last comment. 2 breaking balls, middle out.
There is all kinds of room on the left side. Third base is quite lonely. 2-2 pitch. Off the plate, and now we're full.
Cale Frost on deck.
Frost would hit for Will Jeske. Big pitch coming here. Pianto set at the belt. Here's the 3-2. Runner takes off. Swing and a miss. The throw down to second. Not in time. So the winning run now in scoring position. Sanderson does go down swinging. There's 1 out. But now here for Cale Frost. Can he be the hero?
Heads up play from DC to not get off the bag. Michigan State tried to hold that baseball back behind him and see if Carey would wander off the bag and tag him out. Lance Harvell saw it the whole way and made sure DC had contact with that base the whole time. Man, what a fun story this would be.
Cale Frost came over to Nebraska, wanted to finish his career at an elevated level of baseball. Hasn't been the season that he wanted to, but boy, could he change that with a swing of a bat here. Infield on the right side starting to creep in. We're going to have a discussion between Jake Boss and home plate umpire David Condon. Coming out probably.
I think this is a pitching coach checking how many visits they have left.
I think you're right. It's not Jake Boss.
So Vandermead's coming out. Cale Frost pinch hit 2-run dinger on Saturday against Purdue. This has just been a wild, wild baseball game tonight.
And the inning started off Dylan Carey shooting one through the left side of a very crowded left part of the infield. But Dylan Carey able to steal the base on that full count offering. So it'll be George Vibrock getting loose for Michigan State. Cale Frost, a .229 hitter, has driven in 25 on the year, 7 home runs. Most recent this last weekend against Purdue. Pianto comes set. Breaking ball on the outside corner, strike 1. Huskers going with the matchup here with Cale Frost, the left-handed hitter, facing Pianto, the righty. Carey, average lead over at second. This one misses way inside, 1-1.
Well, right now the sequencing's been predictable. Soft out, hard in.
Cale Frost, who's seen a lot of baseball, experienced college baseball player, Summit League Player of the Year from 24. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, got way out in front of that one on the breaking ball. Now 1-2 on Cale Frost.
Yeah, and Cale doesn't need to hit the ball to the ballpark to win the game. So now you got to shorten your swing kind of recalibrating here between pitches.
Cale Frost inches in, has to battle here. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, got him on the breaking ball, and they're now 2 away with the winning run still in scoring position at second. Robbie Bolin making his way to the plate. Bolin with a heads-up drag bunt in his last at bat. Reached with the infield single. He's 1 for 3 tonight. Dylan Carey will be off with contact. Here with 2 outs. Representing the winning run for Nebraska. Pianto set, first offering. That ball's driven up the middle. Coming around third is Dylan Carey. The throw is offline. The Huskers win it. The Huskers win it. Nebraska will march on. Once wasn't enough a few weeks ago for Robbie Bolin. He decides to do it again on a hard-hit ball up the middle, and Nebraska somehow, some way, comes back and wins this one against Michigan State.
What a ride 2025 has turned into, partner. These Huskers just will not die. They will not go away. And Robbie Bolin has adopted the nickname Sparkplug from us, and the kid just finds a way to get it done. Unbelievable, gritty effort from the boys tonight. And it's going to be a big one Friday night. Clear your calendars, folks. Make plans to get here to the ballpark.
No doubt about it, Husker Nation. You always answer the call. Friday night is a big one because this team is trying to defend a title, and they are now set for a date with the top seed Oregon Ducks Friday night at 6 p.m. The winner will go on to play in the semifinals, and Nebraska's hopes to repeat as Big Ten champions are still very much alive. We'll be back with our post-game coverage. This is Big Red Baseball.
John Henry's has a brand new membership club to protect your entire home in one program. With a VIP and a deluxe option, we will help you find the plan that best fits your needs. Receive discounts on services and equipment, priority service, complimentary inspections, and so much more. Protect your home's plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical systems all in one membership. Call John Henry's to learn more.
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing.
And electrical.
Hey, Husker Nation, Coach Bolt here. I want to personally thank all of you for supporting Husker Baseball. Your support here at Haymarket Park means so much, so thank you for coming out. We're also so grateful to everyone who supports Husker Baseball through 1890 Nebraska, the official NIL collective of Nebraska Athletics. Visit 1890nebraska.com or text NEBNIL to 801-801 today and join us for another great season of Husker Baseball. Thanks, and go Big Red.
Your Nebraska Lottery has a monopoly on fun. Actually, it's our new $5 Monopoly 10X scratch ticket, and it's also part of a terrific second chance promotion. Until July 22nd, enter any non-winning $5 Monopoly 10X scratch ticket online for a chance to be one of 10 weekly winners of $1,000 or the grand prize of $10,000. Pass go and enter today.